Hey, hey, and moin moin, and a very warm welcome to the Fehmarnbelt Days 2021 in Weißenhäuser Strand. Now, we have a look around here backstage before it all starts in a couple of minutes. Have a look here. How many monitors, buttons, technicians, all that stuff. And oh, Sebastian, there's one of those technicians. Let's have a look at him. Sebastian, how many monitors are here? How long have you been building up all this stuff?
Good morning, nice to meet you. Yes, we are here around about 4 days to build all the stage, the monitors, the cameras, and so on, yeah.
Well, great. So this is probably, since the pandemic has been going on for quite a while now, it's probably not your very first all-digital event, is it?
No, we do live streams 12 months ago, around about 100 live streams now.
Okay, so what's the big difference to an audience being here or an all-digital event for you?
For me, it's not so complicated. I think one of the most interesting things is that we have no audience here, is nobody is laughing about the jokes of the moderators and so on, so we have not so many communication between them.
So is that missing? Are you looking forward to the audience coming back someday, and do you think it will all be the same as it was before, or will it keep a bit like this?
Yes, I think next years we will have many hybrid events. So we have a part of the audience here at the stage and many other online on the computers, yeah.
Okay, Sebastian Gartz, you're doing a great job. You've got some different stuff to do as all these guys here.
Yes, thank you.
So thanks a lot. We'll have a look around. Just follow me around. Last look at all this stuff here. As you might know, the Fehmarnbelt Days, this is the 5th Fehmarnbelt Days. We've been to Lübeck, we've been to Hamburg, we've been to Copenhagen, we've been to Malmö, and now we're not in the metropolitan area, but we're in Weißenhäuser Strand. And oh, there's some of the organizers. Nina, hey! Nina, how are ya? That's great. Nina, you organized all this, and what was it about? I mean, you planned to do this last year, and then the pandemic hit in. So how much organization was it for you?
A lot, actually, and it was a team effort. It's been a great teamwork. There were like, I don't know, thousands, millions of emails, hundreds of video calls nowadays, a few personal meetings last year, and we are so excited that it's taking place today. We are really, really happy to be here today at the Fehmarnbelt Days.
That's so cool. So is this all about business, the Fehmarnbelt Days, or what is it actually all about?
It's about cross-border cooperation. It's not just about business, it's politics, we have sessions for all kinds of topics. We have hydrogen, culture, tourism, energy, about the tunnel construction as well. And there's a lot going on. And the main topic for today is sustainability. We are a partner event of the Green Week, EU Green Week as well. And we want to talk about the future, how to become a sustainable region, talking about cross-border cooperation. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Nina. It's our region, our future. So thanks a lot. And come back with me. This is the main stage. Just have a look at it for a minute here. That's the main stage. In a couple of minutes, those ladies will start the real show. Those are the professionals, actually. Oh, wait a second. There she is. Angela. Now, what are you doing here?
I'm the graphic recorder for this day. I'm translating all the stuff that's said into pictures, because pictures are screwing in your mind more than words.
More than words. So you're actually drawing this event. That sounds really interesting. I will come back to you later on this day, this afternoon. We talk a bit more. Okay. So last look at the stage, and okay, the ladies are waiting. We gotta hurry up a little bit, I guess. So in Weißenhäuser Strand, this is the first time we're not in the big city. We're just next to the beach, actually, and the concrete Fehmarnbelt link will be built just around the corner. This is just around Fehmarn, and here we are back. This is all the show. And here we're backstage again. Here we've started, and I know where the button is to start all the real event. So have a look. Here we go. Oh, one further. Here it is. So, the 5th Fehmarn Belt Days will start now.
Heimatregionen, Home Regions. Was ist Heimat? Ein Gefühl oder ein Ort? Ist es die Nation? Kann es sein Volk sein? Die Sprache, die wir sprechen? Ist Heimat nur ein Wort? Vielleicht Deutschland? Schleswig-Holstein? Für mich ist es der Norden, von der Elbe bis zum Nordkap. Es ist das eigene Zuhause, es ist Europa, meine Ortschaft. Heimat liegt nicht eng in Grenzen. Sie ist da, wo wir so wohnen. Sie ist geprägt durch die Menschen, geprägt von der Region. Ostholstein. Du bist reich an Schätzen, an weißen Stränden, blauen Seen, an schönen Orten und auch Plätzen. Die Schönheit bleibt und wird bestehen. Ja, deine Schätze sind ein Segen. Nein, besser. Du bist selbst ein Schatz. Vergoldet wirkt die ganze Gegend, steht auf den Feldern gelb der Raps. Ein Land für die Menschen, ein Land der Talente. In Ahrensböck und Neustadt, in Grube, Dahme und Malente, in Oldenburg und Stockelsdorf, in Süsel, Scharbeutz, Ratekau, Heiligenhafen, Kellenhusen, ein Land, wo man auf Taten baut. Das sind auch Timmendorf, Eutin und andere Städte, Bad Schwartau, Grömitz, weitere Perlen, sie reihen sich zur Perlenkette. Und eine dieser Perlen rückt noch näher an Dänemark. Puttgarden auf der Insel Fehmarn ist für die Weltquerung der Start. Wenn wir jetzt diesen Tunnel graben, ist das ein Grund zu feiern. Wir sind die Dänen sehr viel näher als zum Beispiel mal die Bayern. Von Fehmarn nach Lolland, von Lolland nach Fehmarn mit einer schnelleren Verbindung, sowie ein gutes WLAN. Die Ostsee hat all die Regionen, die ihre Ufer bilden, verbunden seit Generationen, schon vor die Wikinger hier chillten. Heimat ist ein Herzgefühl, jenseits von Nationen. Ich lebe gerne im Europa der verbundenen regionen.
Danmark begynder ikke ved grænsen, men et sted inde i hovedet. Danmarks top begynder ikke med Skagen, heller ikke på Grenen. Og Danmarks sydligste punkt ligger ikke i Sønderjylland eller Rydby, men Gedser Odde. Og Danmark begynder ikke der, hvor Vesterhavet er, som kun Vesterhavet kan være, og heller ikke på Bornholm, som faktisk ligger en lille smule vest for Ertholmene, men Danmark begynder ikke i nord, syd, øst og vest, for Danmark begynder ikke ved grænsen, men et sted inde i hovedet. Ikke ved færgerne fra nord, hvor vi både rejser ud og ind, ikke ved motorvejen fra syd, hvor vi møder verdenshistoriens sind, ikke ved de mange broer, der forbinder os på kryds og tværs, fordi vi er så lille et land, at vi bliver nødt til at holde ekstra godt fast i vores omgivelser. For Danmark begynder ikke ved grænsen, men det sted inde i hovedet, hvor vi selv godt ved, at vi er et lille bitte land. At det tjener os bedst at være nede på jorden, nede i den gode danske muld, hvor vores egen del af historien nok ikke fylder meget mere end det, vi går rundt og fortæller hinanden, og det er jo faktisk også godt nok for de fleste af os. Og det Danmark begynder ikke ved grænsen, men det sted inde i hovedet, hvor Danmark ikke kun er grænser på et landkort, men også det, at vi holder sammen, fordi vi ved, at det tjener os bedst at stå sammen, at vi kommer længst med det Danmark, hvor en flagstang med Dannebrog også betyder velkommen. Hvor vi flager med Dannebrog for at vise gæstfrihed, og at vores lille sted også er en del af et meget større sted. Og Danmark begynder ikke ved grænsen, men det sted inde i hovedet, hvor vi er sammen om alt det, der binder os sammen.
Home is where your heart is. At least that's what people say. My home is where the sea is, in every wave, in every bay. Come join me, I will show you all that you can find on our beaches in our cities, Baltic Sea state of mind. We have seashells, we have amber, we have forests, we have islands, we are Europe, we are East Coast. You bring your troubles, we bring the silence. We build tunnels to connect us, because our history shows that especially when times are trying, it's good to keep your neighbors close. We have always been connected. By fate, by language, or by trade, we had the Hanse, we spoke Plattdeutsch. People liked it, people stayed. A mosaic, you might call us, composed of people, countries, mother tongues, of wind, of water, of tradition, of innovation, old and young. There's Germany and Denmark, where we say hello and good day. Estonia and Finland and Poland with the Dansk Bay, greetings to our Swedish friends, to the Russians and Lithuanians too, also hello to the Latvians. I'm your neighbor, nice to meet you. Home is where your heart is. And I'm sure you will agree, because our home will always be right here at the Baltic Sea.
Welcome to the Fehmarn Belt Days 2021, a hybrid conference, live out of a gigantic tent right beside the beach of Weißenhäuser Strand, Ostholstein, Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. I'm Linnea Riensberg, your moderator of today's conference. I'll guide you through speeches, panels, and the cultural program. But fortunately, I'm not standing here alone. By my side is Carina Williams, who is a senior advisor for Baltic Sea Affairs at the Ministry of Justice, European Affairs and Consumer Protection here in Schleswig-Holstein, a real expert in the topics we're discussing today. So welcome, Carina. This isn't your first Fehmarn Belt Days, is it?
No, in fact, Linnea, it's my 5th time. So I have been at all of the Fehmarn Belt Days that have taken place. The first one in 2012 in Lübeck, the next one 2014 in Copenhagen. Then we had Hamburg in 2016, and then we had Malmö in 2018. Now we had to wait for a year longer due to the pandemic, but now we're here in this lovely beach resort, and I'm very happy to be here today.
Yes, thanks. So let's do a small recap again. This is a very special event. It was supposed to take place 1 year ago. Because of the first corona wave, you already talked about it, the organizers had to cancel the conference and hence the huge Citizens Festival as well. That was supposed to take place for the first time ever. The plan to bring thousands of citizens together, not just the typical stakeholders and experts we used to have. Though we're not able to make the festival alive this year either, we have the chance to bring experts and interested citizens from all over the wider Fehmarn Belt area together as an online conference for the first time. So more than 800 people have registered until this morning, and many speakers are able to join us here in this great tent at the Weißenhäuser Strand. Welcome again. So our goal is to integrate many different perspectives from rural to urban areas, from economics to culture, from long-term politicians to young citizens, from the emerging Fehmarn Belt region and beyond. To exchange ideas and experiences, to discuss further cross-border cooperation and collaboration, and think about sustainable growth. An important point, not only because this conference is part of the EU Green Week. It would have been a pleasure to see all of you here at Weißenhäuser Strand and meet in person in this huge tent or outside, maybe even for coffee or tea. Though we're not allowed to do so by now, so my mask is not with me, but I mean, we have more than 1.5 meters between us. We invite you warmly to join our online tool, Wordly, to have the chance to get into networking mood. Furthermore, we'd like to include your ideas and questions into our conference program. How's this going to work out, Carina?
Well, my job today is to read all your comments and your questions in the chat. So I really want to encourage you to participate in our online chat. And if there is some time constraints and we cannot take up all your questions or issues you have on your mind and you're putting them in the chat, then please also use the networking lounge to exchange on the different thematic tables on these different issues we have today. And there you will also, maybe meet some of the panelists again that will be there and be ready for your questions and for discussions with you. So please use the chat. I'm going to be here and on this table next to us here that you can't see at the moment, I guess, but I'll be standing there and watching the chat and trying to feed in your questions all the time. So.
Yes. So we invite you to be an active part of the conference. But first, relax a bit and enjoy that you're still able to wear your comfy pants back home. I can tell you that's quite weird to stand here on stage again after almost a year of only talking to people behind my own laptop screen. So I had to look a while for, into my wardrobe and to fit something or find something that fits together. So let's start into the conference with some impressions of the region. Thinking of the headline of this Fehmarn Belts Days, our region, our future, stronger together. You can imagine that a transnational and transregional event like this isn't organized by one party only. Behind Fehmarn Belt Days 2021 stands a vast team of organizers. You are going to hear some of their voices in the following minutes. They will give you some more insights about the reasons we're having this conference today. I'm very happy that we're able to start with Minister President Daniel Günther, head of government of Schleswig-Holstein, the northernmost federal state in Germany, and host of this year's Fehmarn Belt Days. Welcome, Daniel Günther.
Thank you. Dear Friederike Kühn, dear Heino Knudsen, dear Reinhard Sager, Transport Commissioner Valéan, friends of the Fehmarn Belt Days in Norway, Sweden, Denmark and North Germany, welcome to Schleswig-Holstein and welcome to Weißenhäuser Strand on the east coast of Holstein, directly besides the future fixed link between Denmark and Germany. It's said that most of you can only take part in today's event online. Nevertheless, after last year's cancellation, we have at least been able to organize the 5th Fehmarn Belt Days this time. Every 2 years since 2012, the Fehmarn Belt Days have offered an important platform for an exchange of opinion between experts from politics and industries and from scientific and cultural circles. I thank the organizers most warmly. I am glad that 9 years after the premiere in Lübeck, the Fehmarn Belt Days are now being held in Schleswig-Holstein again. In the East Holstein district, where the future tunnel will start on the German side. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a fact that this project is a major challenge to our politicians, our industry, and to the people who live in the area. But on the other hand, it is true that for us, the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel is one of the most important infrastructure developments in Northern Europe. Our aim is to close the last big gap in Europe's cross-border transport network that will facilitate the exchange of goods and services and also cross-border cooperation in industry, tourism, education, research and culture. The planning of this vast project that brought up against a great number of difficult technical and legal issues. No other comparable project has been analyzed as widely as and intensively as this. After considerable initial difficulties, we have now come a big step closer to our joint objective, to put the most important event last. The Federal Administrative Court has dismissed all the actions against the project. The crucial judgment was the result of close and trusting cooperation between all those involved of the Danish and German sides. Without such comprehensive and trustful teamwork, that could never have been achieved. I would like to take this opportunity of thanking you for that. After all the years of planning and the vast number of objections, we can be proud of what we have achieved together. Now the construction work on the German side can begin at last. The initial preparatory steps have started already. We now intend to push ahead with the construction work on both sides without further delays, so that Germany and Scandinavia can draw even closer together than before. Because the tunnel is a lot more than just a new road link. The tunnel will help to create a new and more vibrant German-Danish border region. The characteristic features of such regions are lively economy and trusting relationship between the people who live here. We know that from our good experience in Schleswig-Holstein. Ladies and gentlemen, it's true to say that today's meeting is taking place under very favorable circumstances. The question of whether has at last been settled by the Supreme Court. Our task now is to answer the many questions of how, in order to reduce the burden on the local population and on the environment as far as possible. The Fehmarnbelt Days give us an ideal opportunity for that. They offer all the interested parties a chance for an exchange of opinion with the various players from Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and North Germany. My request to you, make use of the many opportunities for such a cross-border exchange. I wish you all a host of good ideas and suggestions for helping our region to grow together, from North Germany via Denmark and Sweden to Norway.
Thanks, Daniel Günther, for your welcoming introduction. And I'll turn to my left. I'd like to welcome Friederike Kühn, President of Schleswig-Holstein Chambers of Commerce and Industry. She speaks also as the President of the Lübeck Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who's one of the main organizers of our conference. Welcome, Friederike Kühn.
Thank you. Yes, dear Prime Minister Daniel Günther, dear guests of the Fehmarnbelt Days 2021. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to you in the name of the Lübeck Chamber of Commerce and Industry and from all our entrepreneurs in the Hansebelt. This year, the Fehmarnbelt Days are a partner event of the EU Green Week and focus on sustainability. Together with you, we would like to use this day to discuss the challenges and opportunities for the future of our region, which is growing closer together. The key question is, how can we combine the new transport infrastructure with innovative ideas so that our region can develop in harmony with economy, ecology, and social interests? Sustainability has become an important economic location factor. Companies are increasingly relying on renewable energies, renewable raw materials, and environmentally friendly mobility. Social aspects as flexible working models or the possibility to combine work and family and good opportunities for advancement for women and are the important questions for being ahead in the race for good, skilled workers. The business location Schleswig-Holstein offers the best basic conditions for this. Energy efficient, so-called green electricity, and hydrogen from wind power. The land between the seas is full of innovations, and we are Nordic and close to Hamburg, the gateway to the world. The Hansebelt, as an important part of the Hamburg metropolitan region, confidently claims, all you need to be happy. Ladies and gentlemen, the construction of the Fehmarnbelt Tunnel has started. The project is making great strides. After many years of dialogue about the if of a fixed link, it is now time to talk about how we can use this new infrastructure and shape our region for the future. How do we use the new transport infrastructure and ensure that we can travel sustainability with alternative drives? How do we manage to develop our region in a livable and lovable way? How do we secure and develop companies and jobs and at the same create an attractive region that young families and professionals are enthusiastic about? The last few months have shown the importance of cooperation across countries and borders, and what we miss when borders are closed and the cross-border exchange can suddenly no longer take place in the usual way. I'm pleased that with the first digital Fehmarn Belt Days, we have found a new and innovative format that invites dialogue and enables cross-border exchange. Our guests from Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Germany bring different perspectives, ideas, and experiences. Start conversation today, because talking to each other means also learning from each other and developing new ideas. This also includes that our economy implements innovative ideas with joint projects. German and Scandinavian know-how are the perfect basis for the new concepts, especially in environmental technology. The physical convergence here at the Fehmarn Belt is the signal of departure which the economy of both sides of the state is increasingly recognizing and wanting to use. Let us develop further ideas here and now for a common sustainability future region, with which we can occupy a significant position on the world market. I would like to thank all the partners who made the Fehmarn Belt Days 2021 possible. And I wish all of us interesting conference days with many exciting insights and new contacts.
Thanks, Friederike Kühn. And having heard two organizers from Germany, I'm delighted to announce our first partner from Denmark, Heino Knudsen, Chair of the Regional Council of the region of Zealand. What a pleasure we're able to have you here on stage today.
Thank you. Dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel is a game changer for all of us living and working in the eastern part of Schleswig-Holstein and in region Zealand. Building the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel and the infrastructure around it will create thousands of jobs in the years to come. And when the tunnel is ready in 2029, new opportunities will arise both for citizens and companies. Unfortunately, nothing comes from nothing. We have to work hard. We need to know each other much better. We need to work much closer together if we want the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel to become the game changer for growth and employment that we are all hoping for. So thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Reinhard, to you and your teams for hosting the Fehmarn Belt Days here in 2021. I know it has been an extremely difficult task to organize, but we need events like this, Fehmarn Belt Days, to build our common future. I'm looking forward to these days together with you, to get new insight, new ideas, and to meet old and new friends. Let us work together and let us learn together. Enjoy the conference. Dankeschön.
Thank you. And I already told you that the group of organizers is quite big. We don't want to go far afield, so let's hear 3 more organizers by watching a short video message.
We have organized the Fehmarn Belt Days because String's vision is to establish an internationally acknowledged mega-region from Hamburg to Oslo. With a clean, green economy and a sustainable infrastructure connectivity, we are attracting investments, businesses and talents for a better quality of life for our citizens.
We organize the Fehmarn Belt Days because cross-border cooperation is now more important than ever. The business communities in northern Germany, Denmark and Sweden have the chance to form one strong region. We will be ready for the future only together as part of a prosperous and strong region within Europe. Be part of the future.
Welcome and greetings from Europe's biggest infrastructure project, right here on the island of Lolland. The Fehmarn Belt Committee has organized the Fehmarn Belt Days because the conference gathers all the important stakeholders to discuss not only our future with a fixed link, but also with our new well-integrated and competitive Fehmarn Belt region. See you soon. Vi ses.
We participate because we want to create new connections. On both sides of the Fehmarn Belt, things are moving fast. With concrete solutions, we want to foster development for our region, our future. The Fehmarn Belt Days are the perfect place to do this.
But one last organizer is missing, the County of Ostholstein, the region hosting this year's conference. Please welcome Reinhard Sager, County Administrator of Ostholstein.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Prime Minister Daniel Günther, dear Friederike Kühn, dear Heino Knudsen, dear guests and friends attending the Fehmarn Belt Days conference online. On behalf of the district of Ostholstein, I would like to welcome you to the Fehmarn Belt Days Conference Day. 5 times, including this event, the district of Ostholstein has been involved in the Fehmarn Belt Days as an organizer and as a partner. This year, we are also hosting this event here in our district, which makes me even more happy. At the same time, I am of course very sorry that I cannot physically welcome you as conference participants here in Weißenhäuser Strand. The district of Ostholstein lies at the heart of the Fehmarn Belt region. With our commitment to the Fehmarn Belt Days, we want to make clear how important the development of the cross-border region is to us. From Ostholstein's perspective, there are promising prospects not only to the south, but also to the north. For many years and even decades, we have maintained a successful and friendly cooperation with our Danish neighboring municipalities and the region of Zealand. At today's conference day of the Fehmarn Belt Days, we will again discuss questions of the future development of our Fehmarn Belt region and the opportunities that arise especially for the rural areas on the axis between the metropolitan regions of Hamburg and Copenhagen-Malmö. We want to stimulate and shape processes together and benefit from a balanced and goal-oriented cooperation. We ask what the important questions and topics of our regions are, and we are determined to pick them up as our tasks. This also involves global challenges with which we are currently confronted and which we can only overcome together across all borders. It is therefore all the more important to me to continue and expand the good cross-border cooperation between the partners in Denmark, Sweden and Norway, Schleswig-Holstein and Hamburg, and of course in Ostholstein. Today, we have the opportunity to hear impulses from more than 60 international speakers. And at the same time, we have more than 800 registered participants, all of you who can make this conference a success. Use our virtual conference platform. Find your relevant topics. Meet old friends and partners. Find new discussion partners, maybe also new friends. Get involved, join in the conservation and pick up in the good ideas. The best ideas are those we develop together. Let's take a focused look at our Fehmarn Belt region together today. Our region, our future, stronger together. I wish us all an exciting and successful event here in Ostholstein. I now declare the 5th Fehmarn Belt Days open.
Thanks, Mr. Sager. And we're going to talk to Edine Valian in a couple of minutes. She's the Commissioner for Transport since 2019. And I mean, she's quite far away, not here with us in this region. Is there anything you wish from her that you need right now? Maybe Daniel Günther, is there anything from the EU you need at the moment?
Well, there are several projects that we use the support, but I think the financial future is clear now, and I think it's a good time to say thank you for that. It's not it was a hard work for them. And I'm proud of that Schleswig-Holstein will get more money for the next decade than the last. And it's a good time to say thank you for that.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Friederike Kühn, is there anything you'd like to say to her? Do you have any wishes?
I think up to now we had a good support, and Daniel already said that the financial situation is okay. I think we would like to have the EU and everybody besides us within the next years, because they will decide about how we work together, how we live together, and how we can bring over or think about new projects, and then to have people besides that are positive about this, that would be great.
Cool. Thanks a lot for your welcoming speeches. Opening the stage and the whole conference was a pleasure. Let's talk to Ms. Valian, the European Commissioner for Transport since 2019. Do we have her right now? I'd like to see you and talk to you. Otherwise, I'll have another question for you. It's on a regional level. Is there anything that is much more important that you have right now from the EU level?
Yeah, I think the focus on, of course, this is a transport corridor for the future, but we need to have a stronger focus to develop, to bring people together, so we can have this opportunities for the future, and we can make the future together. And I think today we have a lot of focus on the transport and how many cars will be across the fixed link, but we have to talk a lot of today and in the future much more about the opportunities we have to bring the German and the Danish people and the Swedish people and the Norway people together with this new fixed link.
Cool. Thanks, Heino Knudsen. So we'll try to talk to the Commissioner again.
Hello.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. Welcome to the Fehmarn Belt Days 2021. What a pleasure to have you here with us. Feel free to start right away with your impulse.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here today. There are many reasons to celebrate the Fehmarn Belt project. It will cut journey times, strengthen cross-border relations, and boost rail, not to mention the environmental benefits. A shorter train journey between Hamburg and Copenhagen will make rail a more attractive option for passengers and freight alike. Studies predict that once the Fehmarn Belt opens, we will see a significant shift of heavy goods from road to rail between the Scandinavia and Central Europe. Industries such as forestry, steel, and raw materials prevalent in the region will have a more competitive option to transport their goods. Having more rail passengers and freight is good for the industry, but is also good news for overall transport emissions, and therefore the environment, as rail is one of the cleanest transport modes. The new multimodal link will offer more efficient cross-border rail transport for commuters and tourists, as well as freight, stepping up multimodality, decreasing emissions, promoting a shift from road to rail, boosting high-speed rail, and increased connectivity are all objectives clearly stated in our sustainable and smart mobility strategy, which we launched in December last year. Therefore, the Fehmarnbelt project ticks all the right boxes for us. The European Commission will continue its political and financial support for the project, both for the tunnel and for the access routes in Denmark and Germany. Located on the Scandinavian Mediterranean corridor, the Fehmarnbelt fixed link is and will remain a critical part of the core TEN-T network. As such, it is a priority. There are not just words. Between 2014 and facility. We have also awarded a further 34.2 million euros for the study phase of the Southern Access routes in Germany and 123.5 million for the Danish access route to the tunnel. These funds are much needed to make the project operational once the major works of the tunnel will be finished. Now, Fehmarnbelt Link is not an isolated project in the region. For example, the upgrade of the S4 railway line connecting Hamburg to the sea, the Storstrom Bridge, the new double-track light railway line between Hamburg and Ahrensburg will be quite a boost for multimodality. The Fehmarnbelt completion means zero border stops, full deployment of ERTMS, agreement on a common train length, and common operational rules. Your comprehensive approach to improving connectivity in the region while modernizing transport really does make you pioneers. I hope you will always be as proud as what you have achieved by working together as you will be as the architects of the world's longest immersed tunnel and the world's longest combined tunnel for road and rail traffic. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to the opening of the tunnel in 2029, but in the meantime, I wish you a wonderful day and enriching discussions. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Adine Vălean, Commissioner for Transport. I hope you're still able to hear us, and I do have one question. Is that all right for you? If I ask you one last question.
I'm sorry, I can't stay any longer.
Okay, no problem then. Thanks a lot for your best wishes. We really welcome that, and have a great day. We'll move on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, let us move on. That was quite hectic. I'm sorry. But now we're all here. And we would like to talk for the first time in a little panel situation. And we want to ask the questions we have already asked at the beginning of the whole conference. Our region, our future, are we stronger together? With the completion of the fixed link, probably in 2029, the Fehmarnbelt region will move closer together. But are we one region yet? Since COVID-19 and closed borders, we want to answer the questions how to restart the economy. Is there still a need for globalization, or should we focus on rather green growth? And what does cross-border cooperation, sustainable development, and the role of the EU Green Deal have to do with the Fehmarnbelt region? Are we, as a region, stronger together? We would like to discuss that during the next hour with a quite young panel. And I'm very happy to introduce you to our 5 guests from politics, economics, and science. So let's start with Jan Philipp Albrecht, Minister for Energy, Agriculture, the Environment, Nature and Digitalization of Schleswig-Holstein, former member of European Parliament and specialized in the field of civil rights, data protection and democracy. Welcome. Great to see you again.
Thank you.
And then we'll have Holger Skov Rasmussen, not only the mayor of Lolland municipality in Denmark, where a major part of the construction of Fehmarn Belt Tunnel is situated, but also chairman of Fehmarn Belt Development and Danish-German Fehmarn Belt Committee. Welcome.
Thank you.
And on one of the screens, we have Dasha Krivonos. I'll see her, perfect, CEO of the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies, a futurologist who scans the horizon for developments, their interconnectedness, and potential societal and business implications. And we'll move on to the next female speaker or panelist, Karin Beukel, also here on screen, co-founder of Circular Food Technology, a company that upcycles brewers' spent grains into healthy and climate-friendly food, with the goal to build a more sustainable circular food system. And also with us live on stage, Andreas Dörrich, Managing Director of On Campus, a subsidiary of Polytechnic University of Lübeck, taking care of all aspects of digital learning. Andreas is also board member of Junior Chamber of Commerce in Ostholstein. Welcome. Plus, you see Karina Williams back there. She'll watch the live chat closely and brings in questions from the audience and participants. Please feel very welcome to use that chat to ask questions to our panelists. So let's start. We'll have not even an hour, but a bit of time to get into our topic and start our first discussion. Jan Philipp Albrecht, we have heard a lot about the future of transportation and mobility by Dine Verlien and some of the speakers also before, but I'd like to make our subject a bit broader. Yes, there will be major construction zones in the region and in case of doubt, more traffic on rails and streets. But still, what kind of chances do you, as Minister also for Environment and Nature, see for sustainable development of the whole region, especially having the EU Green Deal in mind?
Well, I think that for the region to grow together, it is one of the main aims to really become one region and to also be active in connecting with each other for achieving our goals on a European level. Because when we look at the huge challenges ahead, like climate change and the loss of variety in the ecological system on land and on sea, then we know that those problems and challenges are cross-border by nature. And we have to tackle them without looking at borders of cities, of regions, or of member states, or even the European Union. We have to look ahead and deal with it together, especially when it comes to the Baltic Sea, where we have an international cooperation also with the HELCOM network, and all the activities need to be combined in order to address those issues. And I'm very much looking forward to growing stronger together and addressing these challenges together, also here in this region, where most of these issues are very viable. We really have to deal with a huge transformation into a carbon neutral future.
The microphone.
Neutrality is one of the main issues we have to achieve, and of course restructuring our mobility, restructuring the way we live, the way we build up economy and even industry, all of that is changing.
And I think that for all of us, it's clear we can't do that only for ourselves. We have to connect with many other actors around the globe in order to achieve that. And that's why I think this approach of dealing with it together is the most important we have to do at the moment.
Thank you. Holger Rasmussen, so you're somehow directly affected by the whole construction work going on. How much is the environment important for the whole project from your side of view?
It's very important, as Mr. Albrecht said. We have since the Femern Belt days in Malmö, I said so. We have to make that green corridor between Hamburg and Copenhagen. I'm very focused on that. On Lolland, the island Lolland, we are the area in Denmark that produces most sustainable energy, renewable energy, and we try to put it into the structure, to the structure planning. We are talking with Femern AS, and we want to show the world that we can make all this great infrastructure with CO2 neutral carbon emission, and we are going to find out how to achieve that. We produce on Lolland 2 gigawatt renewable energy every year. So we have made a solution in Denmark that we want to be into 2030, want to be have a reduction on 70% CO carbon, and I think we will achieve that goal. And now on Lolland, we are going to in the next half year, we are going to make that. We are talking about Power to X on Lolland to make hydrogen, make methanol and ammoniac to our agriculture farms, and so we have to find a way to use all that power that we produce on Lolland, and we're going to put it into the factory, and we're going to put it into our agriculture.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Let's move to the business side as well, having you as two politicians talking about it from up there. Karin Beukel, what do you expect from politics to have better chances for green products, if you're having them right here?
Yeah. So first of all, it's really important that we get the politics to understand the new products that are upcoming. For example, we're working in upcycling, and this technology is very new across Europe. So therefore, politicians, they need to get a grasp of what the opportunities are and how they can become part of the solution. For example, local food authorities are in some countries going to be a challenge for us when we start working with upcycling. And therefore, that would be a particular focus I would love the politicians to have in the future.
Thanks. And Dasha Krivonos, what would you say? You're looking into the future. You saw the pandemic coming in and borders closed. What will change in this cross-border situation course of the pandemic? What would you say?
Well, I think first of all, it's shown us from our best and our worst sides. So if you look at the Nordic region alone, if I was asked as a futurist a year ago or 2 years ago, say you have a hypothetical pandemic, how are the Nordics going to react? And I would say, well, they have so much in common. Population types, cultural heritage, healthcare systems, etc., that they're going to move in closer together and be in unison. And then we've seen that every single Nordic country almost had done their own thing. So I think in many ways, the pandemic has been this flashlight lighting through the cracks and showing in every single way we were not in unison. And I think that's often also a wake-up call. So I think something like the Femern connection is a good way to bring things back together. And I think it's sooner rather than later, because we're having a lot of centrifugal forces out there. If even before the pandemic we had Brexit and some European tension on the back of the financial crisis, etc. So I think the pandemic, if anything, has been this flashlight in the cracks, and they're pretty much all wide open now. So I think it's a very good opportunity to try and mend them rather than build them deeper.
And what would you recommend to do right now?
Well, I think if anything, I would probably recommend to I mean, the peace project and the union project were the projects of the 20th century. They were necessary in the back of 2 world wars, a cultural divide across the middle of the globe, if you will, with the Soviet Union, etc. So we had a project in the 20th century, and we succeeded. So we got the UN, we got established institutions like never before. So we can do so much when we agree that there is an issue. Now, very few people would disagree that the climate challenge is the 21st century challenge. So I think if we put all that effort and look for every way where we're the same, look for every common interest rather than difference, if we focus on regional strength but acknowledge that we're extremely interdependent. And if anything, the pandemic has shown so, but so is the climate challenge ahead of us. So I think looking for every way where there are more commonalities than differences, backing the regional strength. And I'm very happy to see Karin represented today, because we often look at energy alone. It has to be fuels. It's something about emissions. I mean, food waste would be the 3rd biggest emitter in the world if it were a country. So it's so much more than just energy and transportation. So I think looking for common solutions, applying all of our strength, and then making sure that no country is an island, even those that are islands.
Thank you. Andreas Dürrich, with your company, you offer educational opportunities online, and how important is cross-border cooperation or transport infrastructure for you in that sense?
So, as we...
No, I think we need another microphone. Yeah. So maybe we'll wait for that microphone, and I'll ask Karin Beukel again, because we heard something before, there was that this is quite important as well.
Now they say my microphone is
Yes, I can hear you, but maybe I'll ask Karin Beukel first, and then we'll come back to that question. So we were talking about, or Dasha was talking about how food is important as well. So please give us a bit more of a taste in a way. So why is food and circular economy so important for a green new world and growth?
Yeah, so I agree very much with Dasha. So we have a broken food system, and that's really the core of the challenge that we're facing. And that is a global challenge, also like Jan-Philipp Albrecht said, that we need to look at challenges in a local perspective, but with a global sense of it, so we understand how we impact the world globally. So right now, 1/3 of all food is wasted. 820 million people are suffering from hunger. Almost 2 billion people do not have access to enough food, and we have 800 million people also not having access to clean and safe water. And at the same time, in certain countries, we see that obesity is a huge problem. So there's some paradoxes in the full food system that we need to solve. And at the same time, the food industry is a part of or contributing with 22% of all the global CO2 emissions. So when we work with the food system, we need to change from a very linear thinking, where you think about economies of scale and economies of scope, to a more circular thinking. And that's also the core of what we're doing in the company that I have co-founded. So it's really trying to solve these huge issues by looking into a circular future of food systems. And we have started to attack one of the most largest side streams in the world, which is the brewer spent grain. There's 40 million tons of brewer spent grains in the world. And actually, alone upcycling these brewer spent grains can cover 10% of the calorie deficit that we're facing in 2027, forecasted by WHO. So these side streams, they have a huge potential. And I know that we still have a lot of side streams to upcycle, and that's where our focus should be. We can do it better in terms of the climate impact. We know that already from what we've been doing the last years on brewer spent grain, but we can do that on all these side streams. And therefore, we should not have residuals in the future that is not used in the most optimal way. We need to stop using the planet more than one time a year. So that's why we are looking into a circular food system in the future.
Thanks. Andreas Dürrich, now we're able to hear you.
I hope so.
Yes. When they turn on your microphone again, let us hear you again.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
perfect.
great.
So, what's so important for you with, what's so important to have cross-border cooperation?
Well, we are working in the educational sector, and there are so many different solutions around the world, and I guess everyone in Germany should know that there are often better examples for the educational system, from school to community college, university, and everything in between. We have to learn from each other, but at the moment, it seems we're looking to places that are far away we want to learn from, but not from our close neighbors in Denmark. So if you ask in our region, how far away is a major capital in Central Europe compared to Lolland, to most people, Lolland from here seems to be further away than Paris or London. So although we have a common history in our region for centuries, it seems we do not feel as a region at the moment. So I guess there's a big chance for the region to understand each other as one region and to grow together. So this is where we have to start, and this could also then foster the educational sector on both sides.
And also learn from each other. And I mean, we do have Danish schools in Flensburg.
Yeah, so I attended, or even I was hosting a conference about the fixed Fehmarnbelt link about 10 years ago. Back then I was working in an Interact project about that topic, and one of the major conclusions when we dreamed about the fixed link in 2020 to be ready was that we have to learn with each other from each other. And I guess this is the main step we have to come to. So let's hope that we are at that point in, let's be optimistic, 7 years from now.
Thanks. Karina, you're smiling at me. It seems like there are a couple of questions from the chat.
I don't remember who. Can you hear me? Now you can hear me. I don't remember. I think Dasha said it, that it's a wake-up call, and I'm actually. I want to make a wake-up call to our audience. There is not very much going on in the chat yet, but there is one really interesting question to Mr. Albrecht. I will read it to you. It is: France is in the process of banning short-haul flights where there is a good rail connection. With the new fast rail links, would the Fehmarnbelt region be a suitable place to pioneer similar policies?
Yes, I'm convinced that we have to drastically improve railway connections throughout Europe, and we are working on it already on many places, and I'm happy that in some member states we can see good progress. But I'm hoping that we will be able to deliver more in the upcoming years. And I'm also convinced that in Germany we have to do huge investments in order to improve our trans-border connections to other regions around. And of course, here, building up such a new train connection will, of course, also connect us in Europe and in this region better and allow us to, in the future, take trains more than planes on these short connections. And we all know that there will be plane connections also in the future when we go to other regions in the world. And we will have to decarbonize them, but we won't be able to decarbonize all of the flights which we are conducting right now, and at least until the pandemic started. And so that means we have to foster train connections, especially also night trains, for example. And I'm happy that also here a change is coming to this region, because there's new night trains also conducting in the upcoming future. And I'm happy, I would be happy if there would be more also by different member states like Germany.
And how is it with Denmark? Do you need to put more money or get more money into the train system? And what do you need in Lolland?
Yeah, we already do it, and we are working together in the string connection between Oslo, Stockholm, Copenhagen, Hamburg, and so on into Europe. And I think it's going to go stronger in the coming years with the train And we need to invest in it, and I'm so lucky as being a mayor on Lolland that we get our total new infrastructure from Copenhagen to Hamburg. And that part of it, as David?
Andreas is my name.
Said that we are building a new region, and we have to find out we have a great opportunity to show the world that we can build a new region that is sustainable, that is taking in all the food, all the things that we have to change in the world. We can do that because we are in the middle of an area in the world that has to show the rest of the world that we can change. We can do it with sustainable energy. We can do it with our food. We can do it with our agriculture. We can put down the CO2 commission, carbon commission, and everything. So that's what I'm dreaming about that we are going to do. And as I had a lunch yesterday with Landrat Reinhard Sager, and we talked about that his region, Ostholstein, and my region, Lolland-Falster, is at the call it Land's End. And now we are going to be connected, and then it will give us new opportunities. I'm very focused on that because, of course, I love my island, I love my municipality, but I think this is a big issue for the region because what we're talking about here is going to be the next 100 years growth. The industrialization that came 100 years ago. This would be the new issue, and I think we have the possibilities to do that in this area, and we have to work together. And I'm sure that we are going to succeed if we can find out that. I'm a chairman for the Femern committee, and we have to make that stronger to participate on both sides. We have worked for 10 years with culture, with schools, but now we have to work with the labor market. We have to work with education. We have to work into politics also because we are not different. So we can solve a lot of problems if we work together.
So Andreas said maybe in 7 years we're gonna have something like a common region. Would you say
we have to know where we have to be in 29. We have to have our goals to be there. We have to know when the Queen or the Crown Prince or whoever cuts that red thread, then we have to know where do we want to be at that time, and we have to hurry.
Dasha, would you say this common vision is already there?
Well, I read a quote a while ago which said, "A vision without a plan is a dream, and a plan without a vision is a nightmare." So I think the vision is there, but I do think that we need, and it's easy to say as a futurist that we need to think long term, but as an economist, I can also say that we're looking at short-term fixes for something that's a long-term thing. I mean, Mr. Gore won a Nobel Prize arguing for the inconvenient truth, and yet we're unwilling to make inconvenience part of the solution. It is not going to be convenient to change the way we live. Yet the way we live has proven to be not sustainable. So I think it's about time that we realize as citizens, as consumers, as participants in the ecosystem, that at some point inconvenience is going to be part of the solution. Mm-hmm. Now, another thing, if I can just add, so being an economist, we often feel a little bit sidetracked. It's always up to the politicians, the engineers, the scientists, the biologists. We're looking for them to solve the problem, find crops that need less water, find food that doesn't decay, find new energy. But I think it's about time that we engage all of the different professions, because we need to look at beyond GDP. You get what you measure. So for many years, we've had GDP and we've had economic growth. So we need to look at beyond GDP. Economists need to step up and see how can we contribute to this. We need to look at carbon tax, because before we feel the pain, very little change is going to happen. We need to look at the lawyers, and there's many of them in the courtrooms right now actually giving nature rights. So I think it would suit us well to act before we're forced in a courtroom and before the nature is actually suing us on its own behalf. So I think all the professions need to step up a little bit more and not just look to the scientists, the engineers, and the politicians.
Mm-hmm. But we do have some politicians here. Jan Philip, what would you add to that?
I don't have to add anything. I think it's rightly said. But on the other side, of course, we are already also there to start with reconstructing our society and economy in order to achieve the goals and the visions which we have. The real challenge now is to be bold with it, to not treat it like an interesting thing to develop for the future, but to treat it as the task of our time and as the existential question we have to answer now. Because if we don't do the radical change in the way how we do economy, like to be carbon neutral better now than later, then we will also lose economic weight in the world. We will lose chances to develop, and we will lose, last but not least, our basis, our fundament on which we did economic wealth and did achieve economic wealth and also build up our society which we have today. So the existential question needs to be more in the center of our activity and decisions.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. And was there another question? You were looking at me like that. Karina.
There actually is another question, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can yourself decide who wants to take it. It's rather general, and this is about, maybe it's for Andreas Dörrich best. Will the fixed link make the economy grow? And what initiatives will make the growth stronger? So we discussed growth and what we have to think about in the future for growth to be sustainable. So maybe you have some answers for this chat question.
Yes, I can take over the question. So there are several aspects in that question. First of all, yes, there's a big chance that we as a region can become stronger on an economical level, but to do so, we have to understand each other as a common region that has to work on something. Otherwise, we might end up as a drive-through region between Hamburg and Copenhagen, just making the connection 2 hours shorter than it was before by train or by car. So there are several possibilities. At the moment, I guess most of what's happening in both sides of the region is oriented to each of the major cities, so it's Copenhagen and Hamburg. And at the moment, we don't have a focus to anything that is in between, except for tourism on both sides. So there have been several projects, also funded by the EU partly, that have fostered tourism on both sides of the Fehmarnbelt region, but there haven't been happening many other things at the moment. But there's a big chance that we start doing so, and we have to start it in a way that is future-oriented. So that is not looking at next year, but it is the vision for 10, 20, 30 years from now. And I guess we have one example here from our Danish colleagues with us on the panel. So these modern, I don't want to call it industrial development, but it does not necessarily have to be digital. Considering the future, we always think of the word everything has to be digital. Digital solutions can solve many problems, but they will never solve all of them, and we have to keep in mind the rest. And on the other hand, there are challenges that are getting bigger and bigger, and it's also connected to aspect of transport. Yes, we will have a fixed link between Hamburg and Copenhagen, and I guess many people will use it. But in general, young people tend to travel more and more. We are living in a world that is growing together more and more. So where do our friends live? And compare that to the question, where did your grandparents' friends live? It was close by. Now we have friends all over the world, and from time to time we want to see them. That's a big challenge we have to also overcome. But maybe it's time to hand over the word to someone else.
Yes, thanks. But maybe someone wants to add something. Is there anything you have in mind to bring that alive? Maybe Dasha, is there any recommendations from your side?
I think I'd be very arrogant to try and recommend something in a room with bright people like my co-panelists and politicians of the region, so I wouldn't know better. But I think my point would be that we have a unique opportunity now to recruit differently. So while before you would look for some sort of proximity, you would look for transportation, time spent in commute, etc., as a downside. Now, if COVID has taught us anything, is that we can easily go to a work week where we only at the office twice a week. So potentially, this is a good time to start sourcing and recruiting brilliant colleagues from just across the belt, rather than someone just around the corner, because now you may not have to commute 5 times a week, but only 2. So I think perhaps a little bit of an opportunity of growth there and exchanging talent across the belt in a way that we haven't before, because COVID allows us to do that.
Cool, thanks. Jan-Philipp Albrecht is nodding quite a lot.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point where development is very interesting right now, to really address the question of how do we want to live and work in the future, and where do we want to live and work in the future. And I think that the region has to offer a lot in this regard, especially by connecting the issues of sustainability and digital development, and having now an opportunity where you don't have to restructure a lot of old infrastructure, like in old industrial zones. You here have an area which you can develop in the way of building the future, and where like this issue of working from a certain place where you might be living with your family, where you might be feeling home, but working for companies all over the globe maybe, or at least in the different areas of the bigger region here around the Baltic Sea. I think that's an issue which people now are really more and more thinking about, and developing the right infrastructure for that, which then is also sustainable and carbon neutral, is a huge task. And if we do it as a pilot project here in this region, for example, many other regions will look at it and will try to learn from it. So it's a chance to not only help ourselves, but also many others.
So that sounds like some kind of Erasmus program for the Fehmarn Belt region on a higher level, not only for students, but for people who work here or there or wherever. Karin, would be that an option for you as a founder and CEO of your own company?
For sure, this new connection that we will have between Denmark and Germany will be very well placed in our growth strategy, to say it the least. So we are sitting on top of a technology that can change local food systems. So just to give you an idea, in Germany right now, there's 2 million tons of BSG wasted every year. From that, we could actually feed 25 million kids with proteins and essential amino acids. So with this new connections and countries coming closer together, and us having a different access to the brilliant people that are in Germany, that would really be our first step of going forward. And because it's much closer soon Germany will be much closer to us, and we will have the same connections that we can have with what we have with Sweden right now. So for a founder of a company with a technology that can be franchised globally, it's definitely a huge opportunity for us.
And for your commune, what's with Lolland? Would that help you?
Yes, I think exactly. But I think that the issue has to be brought up on a higher political level than the mayor on Lolland. I think that the ministers in Schleswig-Holstein and ministers in Denmark have to put themselves into the same room to find the solution for the future, and put on it start with the politicians. And I would certainly like to be in on that and add in on that work, but I need to have the ministers from the government in Copenhagen and from the government in Kiel to work together to put in a frame to how we have to build that new region, and they have to put in the time, and they have to put in the investments and the money for doing that. And if I'm sure there are a lot of brave people in the region that wants to make that work, but we have to have a frame, and I think that Mr. Albrecht, he can be one of them who can make that frame.
Is there anything happening like that already?
There's a lot happening, of course, but mostly this is happening in the context of European debates and contact. And I think what's happening more now is really the regional aspect. And I think that this is the right moment to strengthen this, because we see that if we want to make the European idea reality and to really work together on the big issues ahead, then we need to have strong regions which are cross-border, because you can develop huge synergies and you can learn from the other side about different aspects. And I very much hope that we are able to address it more in the future between Denmark and Schleswig-Holstein. Of course, it's always thing also of federal competencies, but I think there's a lot of issues we can deal with right now, and this is happening right here on these days also.
Andreas, would you say that's enough, that politicians sit together and talk about a framework?
Well, it's great if they talk about a framework. But looking back, they also talked about a framework that promised a fixed link now, which isn't there. So I guess what most people are looking for is words from politicians that you can trust. I know that they will not be able to influence everything that's happening, including a pandemic situation. I'm aware of that, but especially for us in the educational sector, a bit more of a perspective would be great. So we are trying to offer several things with local schools, universities, and so on. And even now, in the pandemic situations where schools should be aware that they have to invest in a digital infrastructure, they often don't know whether they will have a budget to work with us in half a year from now. So what should we rely the growth of our company on if we don't know what's happening in the future? So I would like to hire people, but I have to know that I will need them next year. I don't want to become a company that hires and fires.
Karin Beukel, is that a problem you have as well?
So I think for us it's a bit of a different situation. So the residual that we are working with is local. That also means that we will be setting up local production sites globally, and here hopefully also in Schleswig-Holstein. So it means that for every brewery you see, at least the larger ones that has plus 30,000 tons of BSD per year, we would need to set up a local production because it is a biological material that cannot travel long distances. So for us, it's a very different situation. And for us, it's more about having the plans on when is it that industry will open up to new innovative ideas. Of course, the pandemic and the political situation of dealing with the pandemic has hampered us as a new startup company with a new technology. But I also truly understand that it's a situation that's very hard to solve and to know what to do because it is a pandemic. But yeah, for us, it would be better to know what are the investments in circular food systems. How will the politicians be part of also defining the residuals that are left? Now we defined one, but there are plenty other streams that we can start working with. And how will they ensure that both researchers, food manufacturers, and investors and consumers will work towards a more sustainable future based on circular food? So that's really a more holistic approach to solving it.
Thanks. Dasha, let's look into the future again, because we talked about that. The politicians sit together work on a framework. Who else needs to be part of that? You already talked about it, not just politicians and scientists. How do we come closer to this common goal, or how do we evolve it? How does it happen in a way?
Well, I think one way would be to change the paradigm. So what I think we can look back, when you want to look into the future, history is a good starting point, at least in terms of human behavior. And what really worked in the last century is that everybody acknowledged that something had to be done, and it was about a particular thing. And then, we had the axis of evil and the world split in half, but at least the two halves managed to agree on things. So I think one thing is to, and I hate to repeat myself, but I think is to leave the differences aside for now, and especially with the Fehmarn Link, there's so many things we have in common across Germany and Denmark. And then, of course, with our neighbors in Sweden, etc. So I think start looking at the things we have in common. Then look at the goals we have in common. Then look at how we can do different things better than one another, and make sure that it's not necessarily a competition. And competition is healthy, I know, but make sure that we leverage the synergies. So say, okay, you're good at this. When you put together a football team, you're looking for different capabilities and you want them to play together. I think this is a little bit like that. So it's about introducing long-term thinking into short-term decisions. I think that's missing, and it's often the case because we have the terms that we have in terms of politics, etc. But this is a long-term thing. This is a marathon. So we need to go mile by mile. So commonalities, celebrate the differences in terms of we have competitive advantages, which is great. And then, frankly, I think we need to build infrastructure, and not in a physical sense, because the link itself is a physical infrastructure, but with the things like Karen is doing and her peers, that you have innovation out there, which is less visible maybe, but it needs a regulatory infrastructure to flourish. We didn't build airports before we had planes, but suddenly when we had airplanes, we realized we need airports. And this is where we need the political support and say, we have these airplanes, we have food innovation, we have agro-innovation, energy innovation. It needs infrastructure in terms of regulatory frameworks that are conducive rather than just heavy and delaying. And I know it's a difficult task. I'm not trying to marginalize it, but I think often we need to keep our eyes on the ball and say, what is it we're trying to achieve, rather than look for in every way that it can go wrong.
Cool. Karina, another question. And could you give me a time frame, because I don't see it right now?
We still have 7 minutes for this panel, if I see correctly. Or even 5 only? No, 7. And here comes more or less a suggestion to all of you. I don't know who wants to take this. How about a House of the Small Scientists program for the children in the kindergartens in Germany and Denmark, in order to build up a feeling of trust and openness and respect in a common region at an early stage. So this is more about, sustainability, building sustainability already for the next generations, and language and all of this. So maybe another interesting aspect for you to tackle.
Go for it. You can add something, or
I'm happy to take it. I think that this is one of the aspects which we have to focus on: the education about also sustainability, about future ideas, about how we can tackle the challenges. And this is also happening already on in many parts of our region, and I think it's a great idea to connect that stronger. It's also one of the ideas which is, of course, tackled on the European level, and where we can be one of the regions developing this framework and looking towards the possibilities which might evolve from that. And I would like to therefore also say that what Darja says about the development of new ideas about learning from each other. That is one of the big issues we need to develop everywhere in Europe. And that's why this will be also in the focus of following up to the Green Deal, to all the other investment programs, that of course those cross-border developments where we can have new ideas being brought forward, new technologies being applied in the String region. We talk about the whole question of how to decarbonize transport throughout Scandinavia. This is one of the, with hydrogen, for example, this is one of the developments where we can see that we can build up examples of the future where other regions can learn from, also in Europe. And I think that's a real opportunity for this region. And we can also have a lot of framework from the European Union and a lot of money being invested throughout the upcoming years. So I think that there's also a lot of chances to be taken from the region. So we can take it to the region.
Yes. So let's have one last round, and I'd like you to go to 2029 and let us know what you wish, what other regions can learn from your region. Would you like to start? Maybe 1 second to think about it.
Oh, I'm very I'm thinking much about this green corridor. How to be the first mover in the world to show the world that we are building this together. I think all the problems, issues about food will come after that, but we have to learn from each other. I think there's been said many wise words today. I almost can't add anything on that, but I think that some of the comments here have shown that we are interested in each other, and we have a new possibility with this region, and let's do it from the bottom and let us get to work. I'm looking forward as a mayor in the next years to be in that work. I think we have so many possibilities.
Dasha, what would you like to see?
I would like to imagine we're in 2040 and then go back to 2029 and say, what happened for us to progress towards the long-term goal? So how is this a vital piece that is going to accelerate everything we're trying to achieve in 20 years? How do we make this a key stepping stone rather than just an efficiency link of better transport?
Thanks. Jan Philipp again.
I can just agree to what have been said. I think it's very good, and I think also that this debate today may be one of the starting points for a very good development in the region when we come together more often and work consequently on what we have discussed today.
Thanks. Karin Beukel, looking at 29 or 2040, maybe. What would you like to look back at?
So main point for me is really that I would love to see that like we have come together to make changes that not only helps the region, but that goes beyond the region, but that we use the technology, the knowledge, the people, the capabilities that are present in the region, to finalize the different technologies, et cetera, that we are capable of doing here, and then that we transfer them globally to help solve a global food system that is definitely broken right now. So that's my hope.
Andreas, your final words. What's your wish?
Yeah, so I would like to look back to the years which we are now in and be proud that we started early enough to create one region instead of just discussing the limitations that we might have before the fixed link is there. So if we start now to create both a common region and also our future, I see good chances that we really are stronger together.
Perfect last words. Thanks for that, and thanks for the whole panel. It was a pleasure talking to you. I hope this is really a start for more discussions to come, and that at least some or most of your wishes might be true in 2029. So thanks for the 5 of you, and have a great day and enjoy the rest of the conference. We'll have the chance to go back to a very local level now, and we're delighted that we have the chance to listen to music from this region. The band Jeden Tag Silvester, so they're called New Year's Eve every day in English, will accompany us doing our conference breaks. So before we'll get to know them a bit better, let's listen to one of their songs called Blau.
Wir fahren los, barfuß, auf Holz, unter uns Asphalt, planlos, bereit, soweit, nur noch freier Fall. Und wir hören nichts mehr, das Meer und alles rauscht vorbei. Nur ja, kein Nein, vielleicht kann das für immer sein. Wir klauen uns das Blau und alle anderen Farben, vergessen das Grau, weil wir alles übermalen. Wir klauen uns das Blau, wir klauen uns das Blau. Du schöne Welt, selbst gebaut, wir drehen es laut, nur hin und kein Rückflug. Eine Brise Himmel, ein Lied am Meer, sind hier die Ersten und nach uns die Sintflut. Das Feuer brennt, die Schatten tanzen, genau wie wir im Schatten der Drachen. Die Sonne singt unser Lied, genau wie wir können das Blau nicht bewachen. Wir klauen uns das Blau und alle anderen Farben, vergessen das Grau, weil wir alles übermalen. Wir klauen uns das Blau, wir klauen uns das Blau. Und wir bleiben hier für immer. Für immer ist zu kurz, für immer ist zu kurz. Und das, was wir uns heute schwören, ist morgen auch noch da. Bist du morgen auch noch da? Wir klauen uns das Blau und alle anderen Farben, vergessen das Grau, weil wir alles übermalen. Wir klauen uns das Blau und alle anderen Farben, vergessen das Grau, weil wir alles übermalen. Wir klauen uns das Blau, wir klauen uns das Blau. Wir klauen uns das Blau.
Sorry. Hi, thanks.
Hi.
I'm still going like this. So Bertram, thanks for your first song and being here with us. Just 2 small questions before we have a little break. So you're not only singing in German, I mean, everyone noticed that. You're also from this region, what I already said before. And in one of your latest songs, you're celebrating your old life as small town heroes. So where are the 4 of you exactly from, and how did you meet?
From a small town called Bad Oldesloe in the near of this. And the most of us, I think 3 of us, know each other from school. I met them later at a party, and now we make since 10 years music.
Okay, do you hear him? Because I don't hear him that greatly with that microphone. Everything all right? Then we move on. So your current album title and one of your songs is called Zwischen den Meeren, In Between the Seas. What's so special about living between Baltic and North Sea?
Yeah, you see outside the nature, the people, it's very quiet and easy and lovely people, and it's the thing what we love in Denmark, and it's in the north of up here in Germany, the nature.
So you do feel a connection with other Scandinavians?
Yeah, definitely once a year we travel to Denmark to make a vacation and met lovely people.
Cool. So thanks a lot. You'll move on all day long, and we'll be able to listen to your music also in the end for half an hour. So everyone else, please stay tuned. We're gonna hear a lot from you. So if you don't mind, we'll listen to 2 more songs before we're having a coffee break. And at 11 a.m., you're invited to join the first panel of our parallel sessions. And around 12 o'clock, these sessions will be finished, and you'll have an hour for a lunch break before we start at 1 p.m. here on main stage. And I think we're gonna hear a bit more of you before the end of lunch break again. So always, don't say come back at 1 p.m. or so. Just leave the live stream on and listen to your music. So looking forward to it, and looking forward to it to see all of you back again. Thanks.
Langweilig dich, du hast grad so geguckt. Ich bring dir deinen Kaffee, du bist seit gestern so stumm. Ich denke nach, so viel Gewicht. Ich weiß, an Liebe fehlt es uns nicht. Wir funktionieren hier zwischen den Steinen, so viel ich auch schaufel, ich bekomm uns nicht frei. Ich bin zu nah dran, kann uns nicht mehr sehen. Ich fahr weit weg, um kurz Abstand zu nehmen. Unser Bild ist perfekt, nur der Fokus verschwommen. Ich fahre weg, um wieder neu anzukommen. Ich lade uns neu in 16 zu 9. 16 zu 9. Die Leinwand nicht ausgefüllt, nur ein kleines Quadrat. Breite Ränder, kleines Bild, nicht so wie es mal war. Unser Film ist doch Kino, Routine macht blind. Ich will uns erkennen, zwischen Job, Haus und Kind. Wir funktionieren hier zwischen den Steinen, so viel ich auch schaufel, ich bekomm uns nicht frei. Ich bin zu nah dran, kann uns nicht mehr sehen. Ich fahr weit weg, um kurz Abstand zu nehmen. Unser Unser Bild ist perfekt, nur der Fokus verschwommen. Ich fahre weg, um wieder neu anzukommen. Ich lade uns neu in 16 zu 9. In 16 zu 9. Und ich weiß, an Liebe fehlt es uns nicht. Und ich weiß, an Liebe fehlt es uns nicht. Und ich weiß, an Liebe fehlt es uns nicht. Ich bin zu nah dran, kann uns nicht mehr sehen. Ich fahr weit weg, um kurz Abstand zu nehmen. Unser Bild ist perfekt, nur der Fokus verschwommen. Ich fahre weg, um wieder neu anzukommen. Ich lade uns neu in 16 zu 9. In 16 zu 9. Zu 9. Unser Bild ist perfekt, nur der Fokus verschwommen. Ich fahre weg, um wieder neu anzukommen. Ich lade uns neu. 16 zu 9. 16 zu 9.
Dankeschön. Thanks.
Ein Wort zur richtigen Zeit, ein langes Schweigen, Lachen nach einem Streit, ein Blick, wenn dich grad niemand sieht, deine Hand in meiner Lieblingslied, ein Film, den ich schon lang nicht mehr sah, ein Picknick, dein Gesicht hautnah, ein Tag mit all den Menschen, die ich kenne, schätze, mag und lieb. Da sind so viele Dinge größer, schöner als ich sehe. Da sind so viele Wunder, vor denen ich stehe. Stopp! Euphorie! Slow-Mo in meinem Kopf, alle tanzen zur Konfetti-Party. Stopp! Euphorie! Leuchtende Bengalos tauchen dein Gesicht in bunte Farben. Haben uns durchgekämpft, irgendwie. Mit dem Herzen, ohne Strategie. Stopp, Euphorie. Man muss sich nicht schlecht fühlen, wenn man sich gut fühlt. Ein erster Schritt, den ich von dir sehe, wie du mich drückst, wenn wir uns in den Arm nehmen. Lagerfeuer und alle da, jede Stunde perfekt, die ich mit euch hab. Da sind so viele Dinge größer, schöner als ich sehe. Da sind so viele Wunder, vor denen ich stehe. Stopp, Euphorie. Slow-Mo in meinem Kopf, alle tanzen zur Konfetti-Party. Stopp, Euphorie. Leuchtende Bengalos tauchen dein Gesicht in bunte Farben. Haben uns durchgekämpft, irgendwie. Mit dem Herzen, ohne Strategie. Stopp, Euphorie. Man muss sich nicht schlecht fühlen, wenn man sich gut fühlt. Stopp, halt kurz an, damit ich wieder atmen kann. So oft ich brauch, Glück sieht so aus. Ich halt kurz an, damit ich wieder atmen kann. So oft ich brauch, Glück sieht so aus. Sing mal mit! Stopp! Euphorie! Ja! Slow-Mo in meinem Kopf, alle tanzen zur Konfetti-Party. Stopp! Euphorie! Leuchtende Bengalos tauchen dein Gesicht in bunte Farben. Haben uns durchgekämpft, irgendwie. Mit dem Herzen, ohne Strategie. Stopp! Euphorie. Man muss sich nicht schlecht fühlen, wenn man sich gut fühlt. Stopp, Euphorie. Okay, alle, die hier sind und alle vor dem Bildschirm, einfach mal Euphorie mitsingen. Stopp, und jetzt Euphorie, ja. Wir sehen uns später wieder. Noch 3 Kilometer an der Tanke erst links. Dann die Leuchtschrift vom Imbiss, die seit 20 Jahren spinnt. Empfangskomitee, das aus Vorgärten winkt. Und die alten Schwüre da im Bushäuschen drin. Ich schalte einen Gang runter, was selten gelingt. Ich kann besser atmen, wenn ich hier bin. Wir kommen irgendwoher zwischen den Meeren. Hier schweigt man gegen den Wind und irgendwie sieht's hier nicht aus wie Paris. Aber irgendwas zieht uns hier hin. Das Salz in der Luft, jede sternklare Nacht. Diese Ruhe hat uns erst zu uns gemacht. Ey, kein Ort, an dem ich sonst lieber wär, als zwischen den Meeren. Zwischen den Meeren. Ich werd hier gebremst, da wo Windräder drehen. Die Straßen gespenstisch, pünktlich um 10. Und selbst in der Klause, da hinten am Tresen, nur die üblichen 3, auch ich werd früh gehen. Bin ich erreichbar, was selten gelingt. Ich kann endlich atmen, wenn ich hier bin. Wir kommen irgendwoher zwischen den Meeren. Hier schweigt man gegen den Wind. Irgendwie sieht's hier nicht aus wie Paris. Aber irgendwas zieht uns hier hin. Salz in der Luft, jede sternklare Nacht. Diese Ruhe hat uns erst zu uns gemacht. Und kein Ort, an dem ich sonst lieber wär, als zwischen den Meeren. Zwischen den Meeren. Zwischen den Meeren. Verfluchen wir Regen, doch staunen, wie das Licht ganz anders scheint. Zwischen den Meeren sind wir abgelegen und wollen trotzdem nie woanders sein. Denn wir kommen irgendwoher zwischen den Meeren. Hier schweigt man gegen den Wind und irgendwie sieht's hier nicht aus wie Paris. Aber irgendwas zieht uns hier hin. Salz in der Luft, jede sternklare Nacht. Diese Ruhe hat uns erst zu uns gemacht. Kein Ort, an dem ich sonst lieber wär, als zwischen den Meeren. Das Salz in der Luft, jede sternklare Nacht. Diese Ruhe hat uns erst zu uns gemacht. Kein Ort, an dem ich sonst lieber wär, zwischen den Meeren. zwischen den Meeren. Zwischen den Meeren. Zwischen den Meeren. Zwischen den Meeren war das, unser Song vom letzten Album, unser Titelsong. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen. Es ist ein Lied über die Gegend, aus der wir kommen, die wir sehr zu schätzen wissen. Und der nächste Song heißt Seit deinem ersten Tag. Erzählt davon, dass es immer jemand gibt, der da auf dich aufpasst und dass man eigentlich von nichts Schiss haben muss. Viel Spaß. Was bringt der Morgen? Was war letzte Nacht? 10.000 Fragen, sie rütteln dich wach. Ist es ein Holzweg? Ist er aus Asphalt? Gibt es einen Plan B? Wird es heiß oder kalt? Wovor hast du Angst? Alles wird gut. Okay. Seit deinem ersten Tag ist jemand für dich da. Du hattest grundlos Angst. Du bist nicht in Gefahr. Seit deinem ersten Tag. Wie eine Hand, sind sie wie eine Haut, die dich schützt wie ein Rand, sodass niemand sich traut, dir was zu tun, dich zu verwirren. Es macht dich immun gegen fieseste Viren. Spring ruhig hinunter, auch wenn du nicht siehst. Du wirst dich wundern, wie sicher du fliegst. Wovor hast du Angst? Alles wird gut. Okay. Seit deinem ersten Tag ist jemand für dich da. Du hattest grundlos Angst. Du bist nicht in Gefahr. Seit deinem ersten Tag. Du hattest grundlos Angst. Du bist nicht in Gefahr. Dir kann nichts passieren. 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 Du hattest grundlos Angst. Du bist nicht in Gefahr. Seit deinem ersten Tag. Danke fürs Zuhören. Wir sind die Band Jeden Tag Silvester aus Bad Oldesloe. Wir kommen hier aus der Region und freuen uns sehr, hier spielen zu können und mal wieder Musik zu machen. Das ist für Bands wie uns gerade nicht so leicht. Und wir freuen uns einfach, dass ihr zuhört. Vielen Dank. Wie ich dir sage, dass es aus ist und jedes Wort es schlimmer macht. All der Mist, den ich gebaut hab, hält mich viel zu lange wach. Ich will, dass all die Fehler nicht umsonst waren. Ich kann aus ihnen lernen, ich hab die Wahl. Egal was du verkackt hast, egal was du gemacht hast, es ist nur der nächste Schritt. Egal was du gesagt hast, du denkst, dass du versagt hast, es ist nur der nächste, immer nur der nächste Schritt. Immer nur der nächste Schritt. Immer nur der nächste Schritt. Du zählst, wie oft es nicht geklappt hat und welche Jobs du nicht bekommst. Schwarzmal, hältst dir das Brett vor deinen Kopf. Ich will, dass deine Fehler nicht umsonst waren. Du kannst aus ihnen lernen, du hast die Wahl. Egal was du verkackt hast, egal was du gemacht hast, es ist nur der nächste Schritt. Egal was du gesagt hast, du denkst, dass du versagt hast, es ist nur der nächste, immer nur der nächste Schritt. Immer nur der nächste Schritt. Immer nur der nächste Schritt. Nichts umsonst war, du kannst aus ihnen lernen, du hast die Wahl. Ich will, dass deine Fehler nicht umsonst waren, du kannst aus ihnen lernen, du hast die Wahl. Egal was du verkackt hast, egal was du gemacht hast, es ist nur der nächste Schritt. Egal was du gesagt hast, du denkst, dass du versagt hast, es ist nur der nächste, immer nur der nächste Schritt. 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 Vielen Dank. Wir haben so ein kleines Lied dabei. Das kennen viele von unseren Konzerten als Mitmachsong. Das ist jetzt ein bisschen schwierig, weil wir nicht so viele hier gerade vor Ort sind. Aber wahrscheinlich vor dem Bildschirm. Und ihr könnt ja mal probieren, am Wasser laut mitzusingen im Refrain. Mal sehen, ob das klappt. Das bin ich schon umhergeirrt. Wie oft bin ich schon umgekehrt, habe mich umgedreht, um alles nochmal zu sehen. Wie tief habe ich Luft geholt, weil ich etwas Klares wollte. Bin nie wirklich angekommen, bis ich diesen Fleck hier fand, am Wasser, wo es nicht mehr weitergeht. Am Wasser, von hier kann ich weitersehen. Vielen Dank. Wir kommen später nochmal zurück. Bis später.
thanks, jeden Tag Silvester, and thanks for making our hips move and heads nod and our fingers whatsoever. We're just dancing here and applauding everyone. So I hope you had a good time coming back into part 2. And dear guests, I'm welcoming you back to this part here from Weißenhäuser Strand. I hope you had a relaxing break without too many mails to answer and use the chance to do some networking on the Wörthly side. To get smoothly into our next sessions, join us by listening once again to Selina Seemann, Peter Gürebord und Björn Höxdahl with their slam poetry compilation of Bridges and Tunnels.
Von Brücken und Tunneln auf Bridges and Tunnels. Wenn uns Meer und Flüsse trennen, dann ist das eine Lücke. Wenn wir die Lücke schließen, nennen wir das eine Brücke. Einst waren wir im Krieg, doch jetzt bauen wir Brücken. Wenn Freundschaft Hass besiegt, kann Europas Zukunft glücken. Wir bauen eine Brücke zwischen Deutschen und Dänen. Wir bauen die Brücke auch, weil wir uns nach Frieden sehnen. Wir bauen Brücken über Flüsse, über Meere und Grenzen. Wir bauen sie, weil es sein muss. Die Zukunft lässt sich nicht schwänzen. Wir bauen Brücken aus Stein, aus Stahl und aus Holz. Uns können Brücken vereinen, baut keine Mauern aus Stolz. Wir schlagen Brücken zwischen Menschen, zwischen Herzen und Ländern. Wir bauen auch digitale Brücken, um die Welt zu verändern. Manche Brücke ist nicht sichtbar, sie besteht nur aus Worten. Wo fängt eine Brücke an? Ich denke stets an 2 Orten. Wir überbrücken so Distanzen, wir überwinden Differenzen. Es ist so ähnlich wie beim Tanzen, wenn 2 Menschen sich ergänzen. Für ein Europa im Wandel, für ein Europa als Gemeinschaft, für Freundschaft und Handel, für ein Europa ohne Feindschaft. Eine Brücke muss stark sein, um die Flut zu überleben. Eine Brücke muss flexibel sein, bei Stürmen und Beben. Die Zukunft ist ein Ort voll Chancen und Sorgen, doch die Chancen überwiegen. Bauen wir eine Brücke nach morgen. Wir reden von Brücken, du hörst das und wunderst dich, doch die Brücke ist Symbol, auch wenn sie ein Tunnel ist. Lasst uns eine Brücke bauen, anstelle einer Mauer. Lasst uns einander vertrauen, anstatt uns ängstlich zu belauern. Lasst uns eine Brücke bauen, anstelle einer Mauer. Lasst uns nach vorne schauen, anstatt im Jetzt träge zu kauern.
Lad os lave en vej fra A til B, men også fra B til A. Lad os lave en vej, der går begge veje, men også en ny vej til C. Lad os lave en vej mellem Danmark og Tyskland, men også mellem Lolland og Femern. En vej mellem lande og mellem by og land, men også meget mere end det. Lad os lave en vej, som vi kan køre på, men også en helt ny vej, vi kan gå. En vej, vi kan følge, og en vej, vi kan krydse, og en vej til et nyt sted, vi kan stå. Lad os lave flere veje fra den danske kartoffel til den tyske grammatik, fra goddag til guten tag, fra hej til hallo, fra vores egne skikke til måske en ny fælles skik. Lad os lave en vej, som også er en tunnel gennem vores fælles fortid. Fra dengang til nu, men også en vej frem, fordi vi ved, at det vi gør nu gør en forskel. Fra det store i det små og de små tings store betydning, som også peger ud over os selv. En ny vej imellem os, og en vej, der fører hjem, men som også fører mange andre steder hen. Lad os lave en ny vej fra A til B til C, hvor C er det sted, vi måske endnu ikke helt kan se. Hvor den vej, der forbinder os, også bygger bro og forener os mere, end man skulle tro. Og selvom den korteste vej altid er en lige linje, er den bedste vej jo den, man fortæller andre om, så lad os lave den vej, som ikke kun er en vej, men også en historie om alt det, vi er fælles om.
What do we do when we are divided by rivers, by distance, by mountain ridges? We do what we have always done. We build bridges. What do we do when we are divided by fighting, by dispute? When we turn a cold shoulder, we do what we have always done. We build a bridge to cross over. Building a bridge is like reaching a hand. Well, if your hand was made of steel, drilled into solid pieces of land, building a bridge is a step towards growth. While roads are meant for journeys, not for destinations, bridges are meant for both. A bridge can be a gesture. An invitation to discuss a bridge can be a word spoken softly to connect us. A bridge can be an invitation. For our neighbors to come visit, I can't exactly explain how you build them. It has something to do with physics. What I do know, though, is they can be a link, a bond, or an idea, and apparently they could also be a tunnel. I don't know, instructions were unclear. What I do know, though, is they would never, ever do what walls would do. They're not here to keep us separate. They came here to bring me to you. Building a bridge is a peculiar thing. You start at the ending. Building a bridge is a peculiar thing, and this isn't the end. We're just starting.
Let's stay with the topic of bridges and move on to our next discussion. Building a bridge from global trends to regional opportunities. For this purpose, I'm welcoming Dr. Arno Probst, Chairman of the Fehmarnbelt Business Council, FBBC, and Vice President of Lübeck Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And his Vice Chairman of the FBBC, Mikael Svane, who serves as CEO of Danish Transport Federation at the Confederation of Danish Industries. The two are your hosts for the next 45 minutes. Enjoy and enjoy. Have fun.
Yeah, thank you, Linnea, for your nice introduction and a warm welcome from the Fehmarnbelt Business Council from our side here today. And I think it's quite hard to cope with the program that we had now right after lunch, having this wonderful music and band, and then having a wonderful poetry slam. And now we are going back again into content deep dive with issues that we would like to present you in a real international discussion. And we are very proud to have a number of international people on stage, virtually or in physics, from Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and Germany, of course. And especially I'd like to welcome my counterpart from Denmark, Michael, with the moderation that we do together.
Thank you, Arno, and very privileged to be here today. I think that the perspective of regional possibilities also counts in a global world laid down by the pandemic, and it is even more important today to focus on the possibilities. One of the founding fathers of the European Union said, if I had to start once again, I would start with culture. Nowadays, I think that we will start with climate and the climate changes. So back to you, Arno.
Thank you, Michael. Building a bridge, actually building a tunnel, from global trends to regional opportunities is the issue that we want to discuss today. And well, the situation is that the region between Hamburg and Oslo already is quite pioneer in development, improvement, implementation, export of green solutions in Europe and even beyond. To build on these strengths and to further develop these strengths on an international level, on a regional level for our region, that's the issue we want to discuss, not only with you, and I think to introduce Karina William in the chat office. I want to make sure that there's lots of questions coming in the chat in this virtual format. So if you have any questions during our discussion, we would be very happy if you send them into the chat room. And Karina, I will ask her from time to time, picks up questions that we discuss here with all the audience up front together. And I'd like to introduce our first guest today, and it's a warm welcome to Matthias Goldman, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Sweco. Sweco is Europe's largest technical consulting firm. And Matthias is such a popular person in terms of sustainability that he was even knighted by the French government, and maybe you can explain something about what that means, for the climate work he does. And he's elected Sweden's most popular and influential person in terms of sustainability issues. And in the chat that we had up front, of course, to this panel, he gave the following quote: he would love for us to see the bigger picture
in the discussion. What does this mean for European integration? How is this part of a beyond COVID restart for our region? And then he had some really personal remarks. He's living in Sweden with a Danish mother, family from Germany, actually Bielefeld, born in Geneva. That's not enough. And his dad is in France, and he's a great fan of taking the train, so the Fehmarn Link feels that is built for you. Welcome, Matthias.
And
Thank
thank
you so much for that.
Okay. And it's my privilege to introduce the second panelist of today's discussion, Mr. Vegard Andersen. And Vegard represents Oslo city government. And he is a true European and corridor-oriented person, so he will be the next incoming chairman of the String Network, which certainly also play an important role in terms of transforming the region into possibilities. Vegard was part of the launching party of the world's first climate budget for a city, setting an example for many other cities. And he is also a keen promoter of using public procurement and other practical political solutions in terms of promoting green growth. And just to pinpoint one of the words by Mr. Vegard Andersen is, I quote, "After the pandemic, our focus must be to build back better." And to build back better, it will promote not only to cut emissions, but to foster a clean, a green, and future-oriented economy, not only in the various countries, but throughout the Fehmarn Belt corridor. So truly globalist, truly climate people. So back to you, Arno.
Thank you for this one, Michael. Coming back, Matthias, to you actually, as the first question to pose to you, because since sustainable technology and sustainable economics play historically already a certain role in Scandinavian economy historically. And we want to strengthen this cross-border wise within our region. And because you are the person that really acting and on a daily basis working with this stuff on sustainability issues, what do you think is the concrete green projects and initiatives that we need to strengthen in our region? And coming from your perspective, maybe with different emphasis on different parts of our region. So what's your general idea about this, on these projects?
I think that's a great question, and this whole Fehmarn Belt Days initiative is a great initiative, really helping us to cooperate better throughout the region, and probably, hopefully, understanding that what we do on our own, as Swedes, as Danes, as Norwegians, or even as Germans, may not be big enough to really reap the full benefits that we can have through cooperation. And when I look at the different countries involved in the Fehmarn Belt, I see, for instance, how impressive the Norwegian movement towards electromobility has been. I see how Sweden has been strong in building a bio-based economy. I see how Denmark is the world leader, for instance, when it comes to wind power. And I see how the whole German Energiewende and many other points in Germany, including the whole work with the automotive sector, has been very impressive. So when we find our different strengths across the region and make sure that they become one, then I think nobody can beat us. And that is the way I see the Fehmarn Belt connection as well. It's not just a tunnel and a bridge. It's much more than that. It's connecting the dots and making sure that the individual leadership that we can find in different parts of the region really gets together so that we step up to the solution. And that is why also it's so to the exact date, right moment now, because we are now finally getting out of the pandemic and starting to be able to think, what is a long-term strategy here? Not just making sure that the enemy recovers, but making sure that we, in the words of President Biden, build back a whole lot better than before.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias, for your comments. Would you say that you were talking about the pandemic and the exit COVID issues? Is there a certain link between the mind change taking place at the moment in terms of our business life, our private life, our life in general? And how does it relate to maybe some COVID experience? Because we had the sustainability discussions up front already, but I think it's all accelerating at the moment. So what's your view on that? And how do we keep that in the future to change things?
Yes, there's a lot of important lessons from the pandemic. First of all, a lot of things that we thought impossible just a year and a half ago are possible. For instance, that we are throughout the world connecting just like this for webinars, but also for important business meetings and political meetings. Secondly, that we realize that the drop in emissions and the improve in air quality that we need can be done. This is not the way we wanted it. We don't want to do things by shutting down. We want to do it by improving quality of life, but it still gives us a momentum towards the future. And thirdly, we need to restart the economy. So we know now that there's money around and we have this opportunity to fund a better future. What worries me with the pandemic and what we learned there is also that we're becoming more isolated. We are afraid of human contact. We are told to perhaps not use public transport. We are told to it's better if you just stay at home. And as you mentioned in your introduction of myself, I am very sure that the pandemic, or even that the pandemic cannot stop us from being pan-European or even pan-global. We need to cooperate more. We need to meet more, not less. And when we meet, we should do that not because it's a 9-to-5 daily routine, but because it helps us develop as a society. And that is why it's so important when we build back better and when we get out of the worst part of the pandemic, that we do it partially with things just like this, big infrastructure investments that are built for us to connect much more and develop together.
Thank you, Matthias. I think there's lots of stuff on what you described already that we will discuss within our panel within the next couple of minutes, also maybe with some chat questions from the audience. Michael.
Yeah. And Vega, I quoted one of your sayings, namely that it was about to build back better. And you have been in Oslo, and you are the incoming chairman of the String Corporation, setting concrete samples for what would be your vision in a world that are going to reopen after the pandemic. Certainly, the toolbox of many governments and politicians have been to close down borders, travel restrictions. How can we come back to build a better world based on sustainability? So what is your take with the very dominant role that this Fehmarn Link and the Fehmarn Belt corridor will have? So what are your perspectives on the future built better back?
Well, thank you very much, Michael, and thank you very much for the very generous introduction. I'm very pleased to be participating in this event. And I just before I start answering your question, I remember my first String meeting. We had a very nice presentation by the Schleswig-Holstein chairmanship of String over the Fehmarn Belt days at Weißenholzstrand. And since I was then returning to Oslo in February, I was very much looking forward to coming to Schleswig-Holstein in May 2020, but that did not happen. So I'm very pleased to be here today. But thank you for the question, Michael. And there was a very large question you asked, a very substantial question. So let me try to pull it down slightly more concrete. The fixed link and the opening of the fixed link in 2029 shows that it is possible for governments to go across borders and actually cooperate on building large infrastructure projects which actually facilitates contact between economies and between people. And obviously from Norway, from Oslo, which is the most northern part of the String network, we see the String cooperation and the String context as a huge opportunity for us to communicate and learn from other like-minded cities and regions in this part of Europe. However, obviously, for us, one of the greater obstacles is train and getting to Europe in a sustainable way. So the train between Gothenburg and Oslo, for instance, is something which we are working very hard to get both Norwegian and Swedish government and the EU to actually look into, because that needs to be improved in order for the link from Hamburg to Oslo to be complete. When it comes to other options and opportunities which has arisen since the pandemic, I think there's another point. I think Matthias vaguely touched into it, but that is we have learned what we can do, and there is also a new belief in government activity and activism as well. We see that governments are capable and have the ability to do a lot in a short time. So there is a kind of a government optimism, at least seen from my perspective, which I think will be interesting when it comes to also tackling the green shift. Thank you.
Thank you, Vegard. One further question. You said that governments have been acting very swiftly during the pandemic, and you mentioned the optimism of government. One instrumental tool in our toolbox could certainly be the public-private partnership. How do you envisage the public-private sectors to cooperate based on the optimism and indeed also the necessity to meet the climate changes and the challenges ahead? So what is your take in terms of bringing the public and the private sector together in order to be swift acting?
Well, there are obviously a large number of tools which have been mentioned earlier on as well, but I'm not sure if we can get to this point now, but one tool which we have had substantial experience on in Oslo, and which we have positive experience on actually working, is using the procurement power of the public sector in order to facilitate and stimulate investments in green technology in private sector. And then as being conscious as politicians to set climate and green demands, everything we do in order to help industry to make that very first step in green technology, which allows them to partake in new markets. I can elaborate slightly onwards if you want to.
Thank you. At least we had the perspective of private-public cooperation, and at least I think that one of the perspectives that we can envisage as a part of a future solution. Arno, another question?
Yeah. We have a large number of questions actually for you. If you look at actual EU developments and initiatives and activities driven by politics and supra-governmental bodies, I think it has sometimes and often to do with regulations coming down to players like businesses or people, normal private persons. That's one thing to give change and to implement change. And the other thing is, how can businesses make profit out of it and prosper from the developments that we discussed? So it's a lot of it has a lot to do with working on the necessary framework to have a framework where private businesses and people can really take the best out of potential developments in terms of change and environmental terms of sustainability change and all this. What do you think? I mean, both of you. So maybe it's a question you can raise your hand who can answer first. What do you think if a tunnel opened up in 29, hopefully? What do you think will be the right action to take now to have a real good framework and surrounding to really take all these chances that we see?
Well, if I may start, I think I think it's a great opportunity now, as we've already discussed, and I very much agree with the EU Commission and the EU Commissioner von der Leyen, which says that the Green Deal is our region's chance to be relevant. I think we're all worried that Europe might be a sort of backwaters, half-forgotten place on the globe. And I think we're also worried after Brexit, what will be the next exit. So we need strong projects to show how important we are to the rest of the world, and to perhaps even more importantly, show to ourselves how important we are to each other. And I'm convinced that the Green Deal, the fight against climate change, the fight against unsustainability, the fight to become circular rather than linear, renewable rather than based on fossil fuels, and much more efficient than we were yesterday, is that joint mission. Von der Leyen, she calls it Europe's man on the moon moment. I disagree with her. There's been 24 men on the moon already. I want this to be Europe's woman on the moon moment. I know this is an all-male panel. I feel that we understand that there's been no woman on the moon as yet. We should be the first to find how we combine not just public-private partnership, but how we make green growth happen on a massive scale. Because when we want to meet the sustainability targets, we open the bridge and tunnel in 2029 and 2030, just a year after. We have to meet the sustainability targets, this sustainable development goals, for 2030, meaning that somebody has to show how this can be done while at the same time improving livelihoods, improving business, and giving more money to both companies and the governments.
So the idea of the project as a catalyst already in terms of looking at 29, all the goals, the sustainability goals that we have, which is even gives more momentum at present already. Yeah. Okay, but Vega, you were trying to say something.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add from the string perspective, like from all the member regions of the string network. I think we need to obviously the Green Deal and the emphasis the European Commission, and I'm from a non-European Union country, so the emphasis of my government as well on the green transition is actually accelerating dramatically, and we need to utilize the already existing strengths that Matthias mentioned earlier on in this region. And obviously, as you might know, the UNODC identified quite recently that the region between Oslo and Hamburg has a massive potential to become one of these green mega region, a green hub, because of all the first movers in green technology, which is already located in this region. So we need to maybe talk up and promote the idea of moving to this part of Europe as this is the center of green innovation. And to be quite frank, with the stability, physical stability, the high level of competence in our workforce, excellent infrastructure, free school, free healthcare, there is no reason if you set up a tech company or a tech company that you should consider moving to Silicon Valley when you can move to Malmö, Gothenburg, or Hamburg.
Okay. Thank you, Vega and Matthias. Vega, you just touched on the question about competences and attracting global talents. I thought it was you, Matthias, that just said to become one. Basically, from a business sector view, I think that we are always relying on national policies. When we are discussing infrastructure policies in Denmark, Sweden, or in Germany, or in Norway, we are normally focusing on our national initiatives. How do we secure, or how do we, so to say, get even more focused on a cross-border cooperation, because having a corridor and become one in a region also demands that we are going to be even closer to each other. So how do we combine the strengths of the national policies instruments going along with a corridor and a region that should become one, not only in our own sense, but also with the approach from the world outside our region. Vega, what can we do here in order to bring about not only Norwegian policies, Danish policies, German policies. How do we bring about a corridor-based policy?
You're asking some rather tough questions. Obviously, there is tension in any country. You'll find in my country, in any other country, that many of the infrastructure discussions happening, infrastructure budget allocations happen very often on the national level, and they're very often domestic political consideration, which all governments take. So I think so. There is obviously a bit of an uphill battle in most countries. However, we find inspiration that you have succeeded within Denmark and Germany, and also that some years ago, Sweden and Denmark also succeeded in constructing cross-border infrastructure. I think what you need to do is to not make a regional perspective which is cross-border a threat to the perception of the national politics. And I think that's to make people buy into the idea there's actually something in control. Easier said than done, I suppose. But you pointed out some excellent dilemmas there.
Thank you. And Matthias, your perspective on this?
Yes, let me agree with Vegard there. When I years ago started out young in the environmental movement, one of the things we were all against was the bridge between Copenhagen and Malmö. Years later, we see that bridge has really helped us to commute more sustainably, and more importantly, it's helped us create an Øresundsregion, or Greater Copenhagen region. And I think I've been involved in so many different Nordic projects, where the reason we do a Nordic project has been because we want to do a Nordic project. So we need to first find why is it relevant to the citizens and the companies to find a joint solution. And once the bridge between Copenhagen and Malmö was in place, we started having many people who wanted to live on one side and then perhaps work on the other side, or study on the other side, or had their loved ones on the other side. So there was a popular demand to find solutions. And if there's not a popular demand, it comes from above, it comes from a Nordic Council idea that we should do something together, it's never going to happen. I am not convinced, however, that we should use the corridor. And the corridor starts in Norway and ends roughly in Hamburg. I'm not convinced that is a great place or region for legislation. And I'm also excited about, I'm actually right now in a room in Barcelona where I took the train from Stockholm to Barcelona, disappointed that it didn't go faster, understanding it will go faster in the future, and also understanding that the Fehmarn Belt doesn't stop where the corridor on paper stops. It is actually a pan-European project, and we need at European level a better understanding of what are the joint forces here. Where can we find something that's relevant to all Europeans? And if we say it's just a corridor and it ends in Hamburg, most of Europeans are not going to find that sufficiently important to support. And my own government in Stockholm are going to say, well, we're outside of that corridor, so why should we try and help that? So I want to make sure that this is much more of a pan-European project than a corridor.
Thank you for expressing this context, because I think Arno and I, we do agree in their perspective setting that this is a pan-European project and should certainly also be seen as such. It goes without saying that we need to bring about the right framework conditions. And a part of the discussions in many countries are the discussions between the cities and urban areas and the rural areas. How is this relevant agenda taken into your consideration? How do we secure that people living outside the urban areas, that they are also included, in the sustainability agenda, and that they can prosper from this pan-European project here? Vegard, you are a city man, but certainly also a man with a focus on the rural areas. So what can be done here?
Well, the golden rule in Norwegian politics, as I believe is in Danish and Swedish politics, is whatever Oslo, Stockholm, Copenhagen says, everyone else disagrees with. So one of the key tenets of being a capital city politician is that you find yourself sometimes being a But I think you're pointing at something rather crucial, and that obviously Matthias touched on it as well. Like, the rail link between Gothenburg and Oslo, for instance, it's obviously nothing. Not an Oslo theme. Most of the transport comes to Oslo, then leaves to the rest of the country. You need to make that case that it is actually beneficial for the entire country. I think when it comes to for people living in rural areas, obviously the interesting thing about the pandemic is obviously that you can just think now. If I was in Oslo or if I were in rural Norway, it wouldn't really make a difference because I'm still participating in a conference in city. So technology as well opens up some possibilities, I would assume. But otherwise, what we see with many of the tech businesses in the region is they're not necessarily based in a large city. They might be outside the city, in cities. So it's not that black and white. Both Matthias, you're pointing at some really crucial points that we need to make this that it's not a city. Islands of cities cooperating, but those are regions and areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthias?
Very much agree with Vegard, but also want to take into account that we have until recently believed that the urbanization can go one way only. We're now learning that that's not necessarily the truth anymore. And certainly that when we see urbanization, it will not always be inner city center of Oslo, Copenhagen, Gothenburg, and Hamburg, but it might very well be two smaller cities where we can have the 15-minute city where you have everything within reach. And if those urban, but not very huge urban areas are not within the scope of this corridor, I think many of those stakeholders that should be on our side are going to find this either not relevant or even against what they are looking for. I see that very clearly when we discuss the high-speed train connections in Sweden between Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö, and when we forget to talk or to even factor in and to design the stops along the way, it becomes relevant to fairly few people because most of us are not going to commute from Oslo to Hamburg, but we are, as Vegard pointed out, going to be using this to commute much shorter distances or to haul freight much shorter distances. And that needs to be very much part of the whole story about this. And I was so excited to hear when we heard the slams just before us that the Danish beautiful islands along the way were, for instance, included. And I would love for that to be a clear part of this whole thing, that it's not just the mega cities and not just the numbers, 18 million, 25 million, whatever we can come up with. It's also all the different small parts of society that gets connected to the outside world and that gets a better connection with each other thanks to the Fehmarn Belt.
Yes. We talked about the very macroeconomic perspective on that, basically, in the last couple of minutes. I want to bring down the ideas to the microeconomic level and see how the business actors are currently reflecting their doings and how they maybe think about sustainability change, regulation, goals, and all this stuff, and how can they implement that to the save of their businesses and to success of their businesses. You're working for Sweco, Matthias, one of the large technical consultancy firms in terms of sustainability. How do you see that at the client's perspective from the one side or your own perspective? What are you really, as an organization, do differently at present rather than 2-3 years ago maybe? Or what are your plans in the future? Not going too much into detail, but very personal question. But how does it affect your business behavior at present?
Well, we are strong, highly motivated by the drive for change. That is when you need technical consultants as us. So basically, the more change for sustainability, the better for us. But that also means that we need to be more step up. We need to step up to the challenge. First of all, previously, as a consultancy firm, at least the belief from the outside world was that we would do whatever the customers told us to do. Now we are challenging the customer. We are saying, and we're excited to be part of the Fehmarn Belt construction. We're saying to the ones who hire us, how about if we do this instead? Then we can reduce the climate impact, we can improve sustainability, we can become more circular. That is a whole new role for consultants such as us. We're also setting exact sustainability targets, starting with Sweco Sweden, but then across the whole Sweco sphere, where what kind of reduced climate impact can we have in projects that are technically and formally somebody else's, but we want to have a third-party verification that when we are used, it's for the benefit of the climate. And the number one driver there is actually not legislation. It's perhaps not even customers or clients. It is the employees. When we want to hire the best and the brightest of generation Millennium, generation XYZ, generation Greta, we need to be number one in sustainability or they will not work for us. That's the key driver here.
Otherwise, it's a talent issue, right? Because nobody wants to enter the client's business. And Vega, the private business perspective versus public governmental perspective, what do you see as an organization that you're working for, you're acting for in Oslo and area? How does it affect daily business, the change ideas that we discuss currently?
Well, for the public sector, you mean?
Yeah, for public sector.
Yeah, well, obviously, always as we started the introduction, we implemented the climate budget in Oslo, which means that pretty much everything we do needs to be assessed towards the carbon emission level and with the aim of reduction for the city emissions with 95% by 2030. So in addition to the financial budget, you have a climate budget part, which is secretly discussed at the budget conferences. So it's become part of our political discourse in a sense. So that's obviously disciplining when it comes to like the idea of how it works. But another point which I like to touch upon when it comes to this part is obviously that public entities are run by politicians, are beholden to voters in elections, and obviously to create a language and understanding of the populations of what actually we are doing and why it is important. Obviously, make it something because languages we use when it comes to sustainability can be slightly technical and slightly difficult to get hold of. So making it more easy to communicate what exactly it is and why it is people's interest that we are doing this. That's a running challenge which we're working on.
Okay, thank you, Vega. Lucky to not leave you in total, but just for a moment, we have some questions in the chat room. And I refer to Karina. She's presenting maybe the one or another question. And I don't know if it perfectly fits into our scheme, but any question, welcome. Karina.
Yeah, thank you. The chat, now you can't hear me, can you? Can you? Now you can.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. There has been, it's been quite quiet on the chat, so I can only encourage the public again to engage more in asking questions and commenting. There has been one comment more or less from Malmö, a very enthusiastic comment about waiting for the tunnel to be built and drawing from the Öresund experience, which is a positive one, of course, in this context. There is one question directly to Matthias, and it is, you said that we will be scared to meet again in person and to use public transport again and maybe even cross borders as a consequence of the COVID-19 crisis. How can we do that and learn to do that again? What do we need to do now? How can we change our mindset?
What a great question, and it's a question that a lot of my colleagues at Sweco are working on intensively together with public transport entities and private transporting companies that we work for. I believe that it is a matter of gaining trust. When we were told that a year ago, we were told that the socially right thing to do is to go by public transport. Then we were told that the socially right thing to do is to not go by public transport. So first of all, we need to build trust, and we need to show that this is an important and we can't reach the sustainability targets unless we have public transport. It's not possible to do that each and every one in our own cars. And to do that, we cannot just backtrack and say, well, we had something good here like 5 years ago, we want to do that again. But we need new ideas, new momentum, new projects. And that is why Fehmarn Belt, if done the right way, could be relevant for public transport confidence and also public transport positioning in a much wider sense than the actual connection itself. So that's why I'm so excited.
Thank you. And Vegard, would you, as a city person, could you give your perspective on how can we bring people back to the public transportation, including the trains that will run through the Femern Tunnel in 2029. What can we do? What should we do? And what is a piece of good advice from your side?
Yet again, you give me an excellent question. Well,
pleasure.
I hope obviously that cities. Obviously, I'm a believer in the attraction of cities. I see Matthias' point that urbanization, which direction, that's an interesting debate. But there are certain things with cities that I hope will come back to the cities and enjoy life in the city, with the cultural aspects, the entertainment can provide. But when it comes to like building back trust, well, it's difficult. I think we need to see how people have obviously changed their behavioral patterns somewhat. So the world is not going to be exactly the same as it did before. But I think people will probably come back. And it comes to the question which was asked from the audience there, is like, you need to practice as well. You obviously, everyone has become slightly less sociable in the last year and a half. We meet less people, we see less people. So you need to practice of being sociable again. And I think that many people will soon start enjoying that element. I'm sorry, it was a very fluffy reply to your question, but that's why now I'm afraid.
Sometimes the world is fluffy.
Yeah. Certainly, I think both Arno and I will love to get social once again, because when it comes to the bottom line, it's about people and the region, and the Fehmarn Belt construction certainly also about people. One question from my side is that you said, I think it was, I can't precisely remember whether it was you, Vegard, or Matthias. One of you mentioned the optimism in govern, that the pandemic did show that the governments can actually act very swiftly. We have in Denmark a saying that you can close down a nation within one day, but it is hard to reopen in months. So how do we transform this kind of swiftly action towards even more challenging, outstanding challenge as the climate change, and that we need to reach specific climate goals within a specific timeline. So how do we transform this kind of swift actions to a reopening that will not just take months and years? So what will your advice be to your Prime Minister, Vegard, or to the Prime Ministers of the different countries that are represented here today? What can we tell them to be even more swift when it comes to climate action?
Well, firstly, I take a slight discussion with the premise of it, like it's easy to close down. But I think during the pandemic, you've seen that government has not necessarily only closed down. We had like massive tracing operation, which is like a operational change of thousands of state employees, which has been moved around in the system very rapidly. So it's shown that the government can actually act extremely swiftly, not only for closing down, but actually for moving activity. So, and obviously, you also see in most European countries, and especially Norway, well, I think every European countries, a willingness to spend money on keeping parts of industry afloat and keeping people in some sort of employment. So that willingness, obviously, that's something which you can't keep on doing indefinitely. But there's a willingness to act, which has shown that you can solve problems with government willpower. And then how to transform that into the green shift? Well, yes, there is cases where we are now spending enormous amount of money on the carbon capture and storage project, where for instance, we are still looking at finance, but we're looking into a carbon capture and storage on a waste facility, incinerating plants. There are 500 similar plants in Europe. That's something which you start by doing by initial government thing, and then hopefully industry will take over, and it will provide thousands of industrial jobs in the green sector, for instance. So the willingness to act, I'm an optimist, but we'll see.
Thank you, Vega. Matthias, you want to refer to that directly?
Yes, I believe that we need to be very good at answering what's in it for me. I think that most of the time our fellow citizens around Europe will be happy to cooperate, but once they feel, well, this is just an extra burden on me, then the movements like the Yellow Vests in France are not far away in any of our countries. And I think that is precisely what is happening now with the European Green Deal and the different Build Back Better initiatives we see around Europe. They make sure that we get jobs, they make sure it boosts the economy. And projects like the Fehmarn Belt also helps improve convenience. If we feel that there's a better chance of me getting a job, there's a better chance of me having more money, and my daily routines are becoming easier, then that's a great answer. And I feel that over time, when we've answered sustainability and climate issues, we often failed on all of these free accounts. But Fehmarn Belt can and should be a great example on how we managed to deliver on these free: money, jobs, convenience.
That's pretty easy. That's 3 points. I have 2 more minutes, and we have one last question from the chat room, Karina.
Yes. The question is, how do we encourage real estate companies and cities to develop attractive areas next to stations so that we reach the full potential of infrastructure investments? And for that to be ready at the same time as the infrastructure?
That's a good question for a 2 minutes thing. Okay. But maybe quick answer from both of you before we finish the session.
I'm not very worried. When we're building the high-speed train in Sweden, as the government decided together with the cooperation parties, the cities along the track were asked what they would build next to the stations. And when we see stations around Europe where high-speed trains connect and where trains are no longer connected to noise and even exhaust and pollution, then these are going to be attractive areas. So I'm not very worried. Let's get there, but that's not my main headache.
Vega, another comment?
Yeah, I would agree. Proximity to transportation of any sort is, in large cities seen as beneficial for your property prices. so yeah, hopefully it will become like this with the train link.
So that's a very good final microeconomic statement, Vega, from your side. I think we're at the end of the session. Michael, thank you very much. From our side, both to you, Matthias and Vega, as our panel discussion partners. And thank you very much for answering all the quite challenging questions, I suppose. And see you next time physically in the next meeting, maybe next year. Thank you very much, all of you, and to the audience for the chat room questions. Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tack så mycket.
Thanks to Arno Probst and Michael Sväne for our last panel. And it only remains for me to add that the next round of parallel sessions starts at 2 p.m., so around 5 minutes. Feel free to take a coffee break between 3 and 3:30 afterwards, and join us maybe a bit earlier to listen to more live music from Jeden Tag Silvester, starting around 3:20. Thanks for everyone listening, taking part in the discussions. Have fun. See you at 2 p.m.
Ich bin gestern voller Rotze aufs Gesicht gefallen und hab vergessen zu weinen. Hab mich einfach kurz im Dreck gewälzt, anstatt im Selbstmitleid. Bin heute für alle Wunder offen, finde einen Euro in alten Stinkesocken. Bin so genügsam, so bescheiden. Ich schau dir zu, um das zu bleiben. Ich will frei sein wie Marie. Ich bin vor lauter Wundern blind, will wieder lieben wie ein Kind. So frei, Marie. Zeig mir, wo die Wunder sind, will wieder lieben wie ein Kind. Jedes Ding in meiner Welt bekommt eine Seele verpasst. Ich bin nie allein, bin meine Zeiger nicht mehr ernst. Meine Uhr steht doch auch nur für Zeit. Hab schon mehr Dinge vergessen, als du bisher weißt. Und was ich lieb, ist wirklich wichtig. Nichts könnte wichtiger sein. Ich will frei sein wie Marie. Ich bin vor lauter Wundern blind, will wieder lieben wie ein Kind. So frei, Marie. Zeig mir, wo die Wunder sind, will wieder lieben wie ein Kind. Ich bin so wunderbar vergesslich, dann mich juckt der ganze Stress nicht. Energie scheint grenzenlos, mich haut nur der Schlaf kaum. Meine Spiele machen süchtig, so schwierig ist das Glück nicht. Mit allen Dingen meine Seele, weil ich so gern im Leben lebe. Ja. Ich will frei sein wie Marie. Ich bin vor lauter Wundern blind, will wieder lieben wie ein Kind. So frei, Marie. Zeig mir, wo die Wunder sind, will wieder lieben wie ein Kind. Vielen Dank. Kennst du das Gefühl, dass gerade alles passt und du immer noch ein Ass im Ärmel hast? Hast so lang darauf gewartet. Es kommt dir vor, als ob du unverwundbar bist und dir gestern und morgen nicht wichtig ist. Im Moment ist erstmal jetzt. Wir können Giganten sein. Wir wachsen einfach über uns hinaus. Wir können Giganten sein. Es geht noch hoch hinauf. Wir können Giganten sein. Wir thronen auf den Dächern dieser Stadt, gehen in die Geschichte ein. Zumindest für eine Nacht. Wir können Giganten sein. Jeder Schritt von dir reicht kilometerweit. Straßen und Häuser werden winzig klein. Dein Kopf schaut aus den Wolken. Es ist, als können wir hinter Horizonte sehen, über die größten Berge steigen. Denn ohne Träumereien stellen wir stellen keine Rekorde ein. Wir können Giganten sein. Wir wachsen einfach über uns hinaus. Wir können Giganten sein. Es geht noch hoch hinaus. Wir können Giganten sein. Wir thronen auf den Dächern dieser Stadt, gehen in die Geschichte ein. Zumindest für eine Nacht. Wir leuchten heller und weiter, sind schneller und lauter. Wenn wir auch verlieren, wir werden nicht scheitern. Und wenn es nur eine Nacht ist, sie kann ewig sein. Wir stellen alle Rekorde ein. Wir können Giganten sein. Wir wachsen einfach über uns hinaus. Wir können Giganten sein. Es geht noch hoch hinauf. Wir können Giganten sein. Wir thronen auf den Dächern dieser Stadt, gehen in die Geschichte ein. Zumindest für eine Nacht. Wir können Giganten sein. Vielen Dank. Hey, ich weiß, was du gerade denkst. Wie du dich fühlst, wird dich gern ablenken. Du bist ein Löwe, das weiß jeder hier. Du brauchst eine Pause, komm, wir fahren ans Meer. Unser in der Not Benzinkanister. Mit dir ins Ziel die letzten Kilometer. UKW, wir funken gleiche Welle. Wir können dich hören, auch in der Stille. Von uns, du bist einer von uns, von uns. Von uns, du bist einer von uns. Lass die anderen sein, wie die anderen sind. Wir fahren erst los, wenn du neben uns sitzt. Von uns, du bist einer von uns, von uns. Weil du genau wie wir an Wunder glaubst, nicht zögerst, dich einfach traust. Weil du was sagst und nicht so gerne redest, du immer liebst, nur selten hatest. Du bist ein Spinner aus der ersten Liga. Um dich zu bremsen, braucht man 100 Zentner. Blick nach vorne, kennst nur eine Richtung. Nicht schlimm, wenn du mal kurz nicht mehr von uns, du bist einer von uns, von uns. Von uns, du bist einer von uns, von uns. Lass die anderen sein, wie die anderen sind. Wir fahren erst los, wenn du neben uns sitzt. Von uns, du bist einer von uns, von uns. Vielen Dank, wir sehen uns später nochmal beim Livestream-Konzert, ich glaube, 4:45. Bis später.
Thanks again for beautiful musical interlude by Jeden Tag Silvester. As we have seen and heard many presentations and debates today, there is a massive wish to become a common cross-border region. But how far will we get on this way? And where will we be in 10 years from now? Let's have a closer look into possible futures from 3 different perspectives: infrastructure, economy, and politics. We'll have the chance to look at every perspective for half an hour or so before we jump into the next one, so it probably feels more like a speed dating situation for our guests and you as participants. Nevertheless, you can join our discussion again. Just share your questions and comments on our Wordly platform. Karina will bring them in. So I'd like to start with the perspectives coming from our infrastructure experts. I warmly welcome Pat Cox, European Coordinator for the Scandinavian Mediterranean Corridor of the Trans-European Transport Network. Yes, and there is also already some people clapping behind me. He's a former president of the European Parliament, and something that probably not all of you know, but I do. He's a patron of the Pat Cox Fellowship Program, and a fellowship I had the chance to participate a decade ago, so a long time ago. And that had a quite huge impact on my life. So a pleasure having you here today, Pat Cox. And I equally welcome Benny Engelbrecht, Danish Minister for Transport with a long history of political responsibilities, including being Minister for Taxation. And our third panelist is Dr. Bernd Buchholz, Minister of Economic Affairs, Transport, Employment, Technology and Tourism in Schleswig-Holstein. Thanks for being with us, Bernd Buchholz.
Moin, hello to Pat and Benny, nice to meet you.
Perfect. Before we really get started, I'd like to bring someone else in, and that is Andreas Scheuer. He's the German Minister for Transport, and he sent us a short video statement, and afterwards we can discuss more about it. So, Andreas Scheuer, welcome. Thanks for bringing in your statement.
Sehr geehrter Herr Minister Engelbrecht, sehr geehrter Herr Minister Buchholz, sehr geehrter Pat Cox, meine Damen und Herren. Moderne Verkehrswege sind die Lebensadern für Gesellschaft und Wirtschaft, für Stadt und Land, für Deutschland und Europa. Sie ermöglichen Wachstum und Wohlstand. Sie sorgen für Freiheit und Teilhabe. Und sie stärken Regionen und das Miteinander der Menschen. Das wird auch bei der festen Fehmarn-Belt-Querung so sein. Bis sie fertig ist, dauert es. Doch schon jetzt steht fest, sie bringt viele Vorteile. Erstens, die Menschen und Regionen auf beiden Seiten der Ostsee profitieren von moderner Infrastruktur, verbesserten Standortbedingungen und zusätzlicher Lebensqualität. Zweitens, die ohnehin schon guten Kontakte und Handelsbeziehungen zwischen Deutschland und Dänemark können weiter vertieft werden. Drittens, mit der neuen Querung machen wir das transeuropäische Verkehrsnetz enger und leistungsfähiger. Damit verkürzt sich der Weg zwischen Skandinavien und der Mittelmeerregion erheblich. Europa rückt also näher zusammen. Und viertens, diese Verbindung stärkt den Schienenverkehr und macht das Reisen mit der klimafreundlichen Bahn noch attraktiver. So verringert sich etwa die Fahrzeit auf der Strecke Hamburg-Kopenhagen um 2 Stunden. Das ist ein gewaltiger Qualitätssprung. Außerdem kann mit der neuen Strecke das Konzept eines Trans-Europe Express TEE 2.0 weiterentwickelt und die europäische Vernetzung verstärkt werden. Der TEE 2.0 wird europaweite, direkte Schienenverbindungen ermöglichen. Das heißt, dass Sie eines Tages ohne Umsteigen von Stockholm über Hamburg bis Paris reisen können, gebucht auf einer zentralen Plattform. Mitte Mai haben sich zahlreiche EU-Staaten zu diesem Konzept bekannt und wollen es unterstützen, so auch Dänemark. Herzlichen Dank dafür. Dafür sage ich nicht nur Danke, sondern ich bin bei diesem Start in ein neues Eisenbahnzeitalter sehr optimistisch und wir investieren auf Rekordniveau. Der Korridor Skandinavien-Mittelmeer nimmt eine herausragende Rolle ein. Schließlich liegen mit der Fehmarn-Belt-Querung und dem Brenner-Basistunnel gleich 2 der 5 größten grenzüberschreitenden EU-Projekte auch in Deutschland. Mehr als 15 Milliarden Euro haben wir bis 2030 für Investitionen in vordringliche Projekte entlang des Nord-Süd-Korridors veranschlagt. Allein mehr als 2 Milliarden Euro fließen etwa in die Schienenanbindung der Fehmarn-Belt-Querung. Zugleich nehmen wir hier zusätzliches Geld in die Hand, um Lärmschutz hochzufahren und das sogar höher, als es gesetzlich vorgeschrieben ist. Damit setzen wir einen Beschluss des Deutschen Bundestages um. Viele Anwohner haben Sorgen und Ängste vor mehr Lärm, wenn mehr Züge unterwegs sind. Die Erwartungen an den Lärmschutz sind entsprechend hoch. Diese Herausforderung nehmen wir an und handeln. Denn klar ist, um unsere Ziele zu erreichen, brauchen wir die Akzeptanz und das Verständnis der Menschen. So machen wir die Fehmarn-Belt-Querung zu einem Gewinnerprojekt für alle. Ich wünsche Ihnen jetzt eine spannende Diskussion mit vielen neuen Impulsen und wertvollen Erkenntnissen. Vielen Dank und bleiben Sie gesund.
Thanks to Andreas Scheuer for these insights. And yes, let's start the discussion. And I'd like to start with Pat Cox again. So, as EU coordinator of the TEN-T Scandinavia-Mediterranean corridor, which includes the Fehmarn Belt crossing and the Brenner Base Tunnel, I suspect you were taking a deep sigh of relief when the construction for the fixed link started. Why is this project so important for Europe, and what's the European vision behind it?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Lydia, thank you very much indeed for. Am I repeating on your sound system there? Hello?
Yes, the connection isn't that perfect right now.
No.
Would you say your last sentence again?
I will indeed. So, look, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for the possibility to address you today. Yes, it's a great pleasure to see the construction finally started. The delay, as we know, was necessitated by the need to respect people's right to object. We live in democracies and rights have to be respected. I remember visiting Eutin in Eastern Holstein in October 2015. And there I had a public meeting. There were many people who were there who objected. And I said to them that evening that the EU would respect whatever outcome emerged. And my only appeal is that everyone there would do the same thing when the time came. I know the time has come and the time is to get on with the job, subject, of course, to the planning conditions. I note and welcome what Minister Scheuer had to say, in particular about the Bundestag decision of last summer to allocate an additional 232 million euros for noise protection and reduction along the rail track. We have a target operational date for later this decade, by 2029, and this gives an opportunity to everyone connected or affected by the project to plan ahead, to make the most of the future opportunities, and to minimize any negative spillover impact on local host communities during the construction phase. So yes, I'm very pleased to see it start, and in short, why? For the European Union, the Fehmarn Belt and its access routes will close a strategic gap and address a key bottleneck, firstly between Denmark and Germany, but more widely between Germany and Scandinavia. I believe that this link will bring shared benefits to all states and regions involved, and it is for the northern part of the ScanMed corridor the flagship project in terms of transport, societal, and market connectivity. And it is consistent with the necessary deliverables of the EU Green Deal to move us towards a sustainable future. So for sure, I'm pleased to see it going ahead.
Thanks. Benny Engelbrecht. So we already talked about the EU Green Deal, and in parallel sessions this afternoon here at the Fehmarn Belt Days, we talked about alternative drive options in freight transport. How can we promote these solutions on the Fehmarn Belt axis?
Well, first of all, Linnea, thank you very much for inviting me, and a warm welcome from my side as well. It's a pleasure to be here with Pat, with Dr. Buchholz, and with Andreas Scheuer. It's almost like the fabulous four, because we were the four people that did the first cut on January 1st, with each small states to start the construction. And it's quite suitable, of course, to talk about the fabulous four because everyone knows that so much is about Hamburg as well when we're talking about the Fehmarn Belt connection. And we all know that the Liverpool guys started their career in Hamburg. Well, anyway, back to your question in regards to green transportation and especially electrification. Of course, we are very aware that once the Fehmarn Belt connection is in place in 2029, there's a very good possibility that the future solutions when it comes to freight transport on the road will be more or less electrified. I know that in Sweden and Germany, quite far in test phases when it comes to electrified vehicles, test stretches with electrified drive at these stages. And of course, we're looking into preparing the Fehmarn Belt connection for especially electrified trucks as well. When it comes to, of course, the railways, it's much more easy because they are already electrified, and it's going to be a very important part of the link between Scandinavia and the Middle. And there's no doubt in my mind that this will really increase the demand for further on rail. It's really important for the green solutions, the Green Deal, and no doubt in my mind that in that perspective, the Fehmarn Belt connection is a true green project.
Thanks. Is it just me or us here that are not that well heard, or I wasn't able to understand everything? I truly hope that everyone else does. Bernd Buchholz, did you understand everything?
It's the same for me, Linnea. It's not even easy to listen to that because there's a huge echo inside.
So if you have the chance, but we also had the problem with Pat Cox, to do something with your microphone or something with a Wi-Fi connection or so. I mean, we're talking about transport, but also infrastructure. The fabulous four are unfortunately not that well heard here, but maybe we'll manage that during the next 15 minutes. So Bernd Buchholz, you can add something on that, but maybe I'll ask you also another question. Scandinavia wants to shift freight traffic to rail. How is Schleswig-Holstein preparing for this?
Well, first of all, I have to thank you very much for the possibility to speak here at the Fehmarn Belt Days 2021, because I'm very honored to do this, and I want to thank all the people who have organized that. That was not easy. It was a challenge in pandemic times. And that you created that and will make possible that we have some Fehmarn Belt Days is very important, I think, for the region, but for all the people who are working with that. Second, what I want to say is the year 2020 was very, very important for the fixed link, because we had a judgment of the court in Germany that we have the approval of the plan and now the right to build the tunnel. And that is the milestone for the project. It is the point where we can say now can everything start, and we are able to to build the fixed link up to 2029. And that means for us on the side of Schleswig-Holstein that we have to do a lot now, because we have not only to build a 4-lane rail highway on the island Fehmarn, we have to build a new not only bridge, but also a new tunnel between the island Fehmarn and the mainland. And we have to create also a 2-lane track for the rail truck situation, because we want, not only the Scandinavians want, we also want to shift the freight, the cargo things on the trail truck. So there is a lot to do, but we have started with all that. And I hope very much that Benny and I will have a groundbreaking ceremony this summer on Fehmarn, also on the German side, to show that it's now the time to build the tunnel.
There's a thumbs up.
Yeah, Benny,
so-
Benny is also in pandemic times. He wears now a beard. Yeah, this is absolutely new.
So, Pat Cox, what would you recommend the two of them? What do they have to keep in mind? I mean, you're almost you have worked with these projects for years now and have seen many things. What is important for them to keep in mind during the next years?
Well, I hear these echoes about the sound. I can't do anything. I've been trying. I listen carefully to Benny and Bernd and to the underlying optimism of their messages and to the level of their engagement. And so the first thing I want to say to them is a big thank you. Engagement, conviction, determination, these all matter. I think if there are things that I have learned over the past decade on Skibben Med corridor, the Brenner Base Tunnel gives a number of interesting examples. This Brenner project started before Fehmarnbelt, but is likely still to be a work in progress when Fehmarnbelt opens. Now, you might suppose that if you're tunneling 1 kilometer deep below the Brenner Pass, that everything is hidden from view. But of course, that's not the case. There are multiple work sites in Austria and Italy, and these impact and must live harmoniously with local host communities. In all, for Brenner, we will excavate 220 kilometers of tunnel, the two main tunnel bores, north and south, and a third maintenance and safety tunnel in between. And then, of course, you cannot unzip a mountain, so you need the access tunnels to get into the target sites. This is producing millions of tons of rock spoil, and this has to be deposited and eventually covered with clay and planted with grass or trees, as happily already has happened on some sites. All of this was part of the planning process and was negotiated in detail with local host communities. So I think, trying to keep people as happy as you can is really important. Where trucks use local roads in Brenner, they are constantly sprayed with high-pressure water hoses before they exit work site. This is to avoid carrying a lot of on-site dirt and clay and muck onto the main roads. Where possible, the access tunnels are used instead of the local roads to transfer materials. In other instances where there's no access tunnel, we use overhead covered conveyor belts to transfer spoil without interfering with local traffic. We've organized all the mayors on the corridor from Innsbruck to Bolzano, even in the very smallest settlements, to be part of a regular communications and consultative process. They are kept fully informed of developments. We are kept fully informed of any fears, anxieties, or wishes that they have on behalf of their local community. And I can tell you that this kind of engagement has turned several of these mayors from skeptics into strong, positive local supporters based on this process of open communication and mutual respect. I know, and Bernd will know this well, they've had a very successful dialogue forum in Schleswig-Holstein. I think this has played an important role to date and should and must continue to do so in the future. So it seems to me, and this is not advising Benny or Bernd, but as a general point, I would say open, transparent communications and a willingness to engage in respectful dialogue are keys to success, because this is a big project and it will impact for quite a period of time between now and the end of this decade on many different host communities. And bringing people along with us to the extent that we can and that they are willing to come along with the project is an important element in its future success.
Thanks. Benny, why do you think it's easier for you as a Danish minister to do that communication with your citizens? It seems like it's, way easier and they're more happy than everyone here in Schleswig-Holstein, or some people in Schleswig-Holstein.
First of all, I think it's we do have a tradition of building large infrastructure. The Great Belt Bridge, to name an example, bridge from Denmark to Sweden, European connection, are a very good example of what large infrastructure means to ordinary people. So I think that combined with the huge investment it is in the local society on Lolland Falster is quite important as well. I mean, it is literally one of the largest cities on Lolland that is being created right now. The whole construction site and all the camps for the construction workers that are going to work on the Fehmarn Belt connection. It is really a city of its own. And when I talk to the local mayor, he's, to say the least, quite happy about it. So this is something that brings in life, brings in business, and brings in a lot of workers in a community that really has some prosperity. And of course, on the longer term, the options that are opening, the barriers that are being set aside in an area like that is so important. As you may know, I live in another part of Denmark, in the southern part of Jutland. We already have a connection to Germany because we just need to drive over the border and see into each other. And we know from decades and millennia that what we can do together when it comes to culture, when it comes to sport, when it comes to business, when it comes to collaboration across the board, is so extremely important. And therefore, I really look forward to Bernd Buchholz's invitation to come to Fehmarn. I hope to be able to participate with that local perspective, with all the new ways of thinking, the possibilities when it comes to tourism, for instance, all the jobs that can be created locally. And I think that is a part of the optimism that we can promote from the Danish side, and then, of course, the very, very sound advice that Pat Cox is giving is something that I'll take into account. That's for sure.
Thanks, Benny. Bernd, anything that you can take from Pat or Benny with you to Schleswig-Holstein?
Well, many things. First of all, the technical problems are obviously in charge. So the echo is back after 20 minutes. We got the technical problems, and that's a good message. Yeah, for the speed dating with you, Linnea, that's a good message. Now, let me say, first of all, it's important that the relation between Benny and me, as an example, that relation in the last years was so close, we had so much to deal with one another, that we have forced a relation between Denmark and Schleswig-Holstein, which we had never before, I would say. Never before. This is also in talking about what we have to do to make that project happen. We had a so close relation that it is fantastic. And that is what I see for the future in cultural, in sport, and all the things, but also in economic things. We have now to convince all those people who do not see the chances, who have fear, but we have to convince them, and we have to show them that they that the chances are much better than all the other things. and we have to work on that. Yes, Pat talked about the Dialogue Forum in Schleswig-Holstein, and this is something where we were discussing for years with those people who had fears about that. And it was a fantastic thing that was with this Dialogue Forum, it was possible in the last summer to bring the German Bundestag to a decision where for noise reduction, they will give 232 million euros to Schleswig-Holstein to make noise reduction walls and other things possible so that nobody should have trouble with more noise. Every time we have to face, this is not only a connection between Lolland and Fehmarn. It's not only a connection between Denmark and Germany. It's a connection between Scandinavia and the centrum of Europe and the center of Europe. So this is a trans-European way, and it brings so many possibilities also for the metropole regions of Copenhagen, Malmö, and Hamburg, but also far over this. So I'm convinced the next years when we build this will bring us much more close together than we were before we have the fixed link.
So earlier this morning, we talked about how to bring politicians together and have like a framework for all of this, not only the transport part. Any recommendations from your side how to work on a framework like that for the whole culture, region, and everything? Pat.
Are you coming to me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one last sentence. We have like 2 more minutes left, so everyone is able to say
No
something.
problem. Look, I think at a general level, focusing now on how to make most of the new opportunities, as has been remarked, is the key element. There will be new patterns of commuting and settlement and new opportunities. And how do we know it? We know it because the Øresund fixed link to which we will be attached between Copenhagen and Malmö teaches us that this is so. Where we live, work, study or visit will benefit from expanding horizons and wider choices. This can bring new business, new commercial, cultural, tourist opportunities, and we need to be alert to those and to think ahead to develop them. I think we will have our low carbon rail connections with lots more options open to people as an alternative to short haul flights. So good for business, good for commuters, and in the end, good for the environment. I think, and I congratulate both Denmark and Germany, Schleswig-Holstein, for the work that's being done on access routes. There's no point in having a wonderful new tunnel if we don't have the optimization through the access routes. This work is happening in parallel in Denmark. It's also happening with the Deutsche Bahn electrification plan for Lübeck to Puttgarden. It's happening for the planned new Fehmarn Sound Bridge. It's happening with the S4 line that will enhance regional connectivity into Hamburg and the planned developments in the Hamburg Hauptbahnhof. All of this will be together by 2029, I believe and hope, and this will be a vital infrastructure fit for its 21st century purpose. So completing the project on time, completing the access routes on time will give us will give you a dynamic new macro region in Northern Europe, not just point-to-point connection improving, but it will be a transformative leap forward, socially, culturally, economically, and I would say also environmentally. And it will improve the competitive dynamics of your wider region. You are giving yourselves a gift for a better tomorrow, and the advice is please make the most of it.
Perfect. There was more than 2 sentences, but a nice ending. But I would like one more sentence from Benny and Bernd afterwards. Maybe you're able to be a bit shorter because we don't have any time left. Benny.
Well, I'd just like to follow up by saying I totally agree with Bernd Buchholz. It's extraordinary what's been going on in the collaboration between our two governments. It's been a very close collaboration. It's been happening through the COVID-19 where we haven't been able to sit down at a table across from each other and talk to each other and have a cup of coffee. Just imagine what it'll be like when we are on the other side of this COVID-19. There's so many possibilities. I really look forward to it.
Yes, and without any technical problems. Thanks, Benny. Bernd, one last sentence.
Well, it was everything was Pat said was absolutely right, and I'm always fascinated that Pat Cox is knowing obviously each and every project in traffic in Europe. S-Sphere and electrifying the German trucks, Pat Cox is knowing everything. So I'm absolutely fascinated. I'm only knowing the things in Schleswig-Holstein and Denmark, but everything was absolutely right. So coming closer together, bringing those economics also closer together brings me to the point next time when we have the next Fehmarn Belt Days. I have to tell you that Benny is a great musician. So I want to get the music from Benny Engelbrecht next time. That would be a fantastic a side program to the next Fehmarn Belt Days. Thank you so much for listening.
Perfect. We'll keep that in mind. Thanks a lot for the three of you are almost the fabulous four here, the Beatles from Transport Ministries. Thanks a lot and enjoy your afternoon. And yes, bye-bye. So we have to move on, and I have talked about us meeting here at Weißenhäuser Strand. Stay tuned if you want to have a look from the outside of this tent we're in right now and listen to our roving reporter Jan Philipp Witt talking to David Depenau, CEO of this place. So have fun.
Here we are again, and we're talking to David Depenau now, and he's the CEO of the Weißenhäuser Strand. This is the holiday resort we're actually in. Thanks for having us, David. That is really great to have us here, and it's a beautiful place. Let's talk a bit about your company here and about tourism in times of pandemic. Well, the pandemic has been going on for quite a while, for 12 months and longer. You had to shut down for a couple of months now, and you just you were allowed to open 1 or 2 weeks ago, and the rehearsals yesterday on a Sunday we saw. It was really nice to see people here again. And how good does it feel to you? How happy are you that you can start again? But how bad was it for you to shut down?
Hi, Philip. First of all, thank you for being here. We're very glad to hosting you with the Fehmarn Belt Days at Weißenhäuser Strand. Actually, we are very, very happy being able to perform again what we love to do, making customers happy. And it feels good because it was more than spooky. I'm living inside the resort, and it was actually 6.5 months of complete shutdown, plus another 2 months last year, so over 8 months. And if you live inside the resort and it's empty, it's like a horror movie. So we are very, very happy having it crowded again, but we would be even more happy if we could reopen the rest of the resort, because we are only partially opened. The swimming pool area, for example, is not opened yet, not even for the vaccinated.
Okay, yeah, okay. I can hear the message. And so what do you think after the pandemic, when we're all vaccinated, what do you think? Is tourism and your company and tourism and all, will it be the same as it was before, or will there be any changes?
Well, I don't think absolutely the same, because all those things with distance or the mouth-nose covers, all that stuff, I think this will remain for maybe at least a while. But tourism has a positive impact in Germany due to the travel limitations to foreign countries. So actually, as hard as it was in the last month, it's very good for the German tourism. What happens that the people will stay inside the country, and we actually feel this and we see it in the figures.
That sounds good. Let's leave COVID behind and have a look at the future. We've heard a lot about the fixed Fehmarn Belt link, which will come true in a couple of years. What do you think? Is it a chance, or is it a problem for you as a company and for tourism in northern Germany at all?
Well, I'm coming from the south of Germany, of some Metropolregionen, where they're connected areas, and I know this is a big profit for an area. Personally, I think this, and also for our company. By the way, I'm co-founder of Beltoffen, of the pro movement of the tunnel, so I'm very happy that the decisions which have been made some weeks ago, that it can finally start building the tunnel, that's very good. We are very glad about this, because a huge number of customers come from Denmark, and it will be much more easier for them coming over here. Of course, there will be some problems, but compared to the lifetime of the tunnel, which will be roughly 100 years, some years of constructions will be the only problem, and the whole region will have a very positive impact. That's my opinion.
Sounds good to me. Back to you, Linnea. Thanks a lot, David.
Thank you, Philip.
Let's move on to part 2 of our little speed dating interviews or panels. So we want to talk about the economy today. The economy in the Fehmarn Belt region is slowly recovering from the pandemic, yet for many actors, it is still uncertain what the future will hold. In the morning, we talked about the visions we have for the future. Is it possible that the Fehmarn Belt region will be a common economic region? Confronted with challenges or crises, will it stand together and find innovative cross-border solutions? Let us discuss that with our next panelists. And I'll welcome Stefan Müchler, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of Southern Sweden and Deputy Chairman of Eurochamber.
Thank you.
Welcome. And on screen we have Brian Mikkelsen, CEO of the Danish Chamber of Commerce and former Danish Minister of Trade and Industry. Welcome, Brian. And instead of your boss, Lars Schöning, who is sick and sends greetings, that's what I heard, we have Rüdiger Schacht. Great that you just jumped into the role and that you're sitting here. You're the Deputy CEO of Lübeck Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome. And we already know you, Mikael Sväne, Industry Director for Transport at Dansk Industry. Welcome, all of you. And Stefan, I would like to start with you because you're bringing in quite new perspective, at least something we haven't heard that much today, the Swedish point of view. And Sweden took a different path during the pandemic, or still is. How has that affected the economy in southern Sweden?
I think there is a bit of misunderstanding when it comes to the Swedish strategy to COVID. If you actually measure how Swedes have behaved, you can do that by using data from Google, how much we use public transportation, how much homework we did. There are very small differences. We don't stick out in that. So people have followed the recommendations, and we have very much the same pattern as in other European countries. We didn't close the borders as many other countries did. And to your question about the economy, I think we're quite well off, actually. We had a GDP fall last year, 2.8%, which is quite good, actually, in comparison to some neighbors, and especially in Central and in Southern Europe. We are much better off in that sense. But I think the lesson to learn about this is that we really, for the future, need new ways of dealing with crisis. And the immediate reaction from politicians to close borders and to really to find an own national solution to the problems. With full respect for that different governments have different views on how to deal with the problem, with the pandemic situation, I think this kind of pandemic has to be solved with much better international understanding and not with closing borders. And this could be, for future, very important when it comes to fixed links in border regions. We know that from Malmö, Copenhagen, we know that we will see that in the Fehmarn area. So I think this is a very important thing because it's about trust for the people who live on one side and want to work on the other one.
So how much did it infect you in Sweden that the borders closed?
Much, of course. I mean, our international airport, it's by the Danes called Copenhagen Airport. We call it Malmö West. And we didn't have access to that airport. You can imagine what it meant. And it actually led to a situation where business people from Malmö, flew to Stockholm and to Chicago instead of taking the existing train. And from my chair in my office, it takes less than half an hour from my desk to the check-in counter. And I think we really have to avoid that situation in future.
Mm-hmm. Brian, can I ask you just like, how was it for you being on the other side?
Being on the other side? Okay, the dark side.
Didn't say that.
No, looking at the Danish economy, it has actually been doing very well. Of course, we're very depending on other countries. We are a trading nation, as you know. We export and import, but looking at the numbers, it looks actually quite well. And our export of goods from Denmark has now recovered fully. In fact, it has made up for what was lost during 2020. And if we look at the latest numbers, our manufacturing output actually has been the highest in many years. So we're seeing great signs that solid growth is coming in the coming months and probably in the next 3-4 years in Denmark. But as I started with, we are very dependent on what's going on in other countries because we live on trading with other countries. We were very hard hit in some specific sectors. Stephen was just talking about the airport. When we talk about what we call tourism sector in Denmark, it has been very hard hit as all around Europe. Our hotels got 4 or 5% of last year, our restaurants, airports, and they have been very hard hit. But looking at other industries, life science, building sector and so on, they have actually had better years than than they have ever had before. So when you ask me, the jury is of course still out for what the pandemic will mean in longer economic terms for Denmark and other countries. But right now, it actually looks quite well in Denmark.
So does that mean that we don't need a fixed link? Let's just close borders in a way in the end?
We always depend on fixed links. and certainly fixed relations are to the better. And of course, if you want to integrate regions, then of course infrastructure and mobility are crucial options. And that's why this fixed link between not only Denmark and Germany, but it is a truly European-wise project, which will, of course, bring prosperity not only to the nearest region but throughout Europe. So we rely on relations, and the better and the more linked and fixed they are, the better.
So
Michael.
Brian, what did you say?
He agrees.
He
and I do.
Totally
agrees. Perfect. So that's why we're all sitting here,
sure.
Of course. Thinking about the region we're in right now, how can Lübeck and Ostholstein really get positively affected by a fixed link?
Yes, we as the Chamber of Commerce in Lübeck, we work on the thematic thing of the fixed link for about several decades. So you can see that we expect positive effects for our region, for Lübeck, for the region between, I must say, between Hamburg and Puttgarden on Fehmarn. But if you do nothing, you will affect nothing, I think. Otherwise, the trains will pass our region without a stop, perhaps a stop in Lübeck, maybe. We heard it by Pat Cox, it's connecting region. It's Hamburg as a metropolitan area, it's Copenhagen, Malmö as a metropolitan area, and we are between these. And so we have some things to do when we will have positive effects also for our region.
What are the things? What would you love to reach with your work?
Yes, I think it's necessary. We have not enough space for new companies now. We have to plan. We have to look into the future and say at 2099 when the fixed link will be ready, and also in the time before, a lot of companies are interested in having their place in our region, but they have demand on space. And so we have our regional planning has to accept this and to look into the future and say, now we have to do something with it. This is one point. We have several other points. The regional traffic has to set up not only the fast trains between Hamburg and Copenhagen and maybe to Oslo or Stockholm, but also the regional trains. I think it's very interesting in future that you may have a regional train from Lübeck to maybe Nyköping or something like this. We didn't have thought at these things in this time and in the past. In the future, it will be possible to go there in very short time. It's a very new perspective, I think, for our region. Also to attract the region for younger people, for well educated people. They say, oh, the region between Copenhagen and Hamburg, it's very attractive, but it may be too expensive to live directly there, so you go into the region. And I think there are big chances for our region for the future.
Thanks. Stefan, we talked about the Malmö-Copenhagen area and everything, and the Öresund Bridge. So that's now more than 20 years ago that you have that and that it's growing together. The Fehmarn Belt Tunnel will probably open in 8 years. What additional impulses do you expect in your region, but also if you have some ideas for this region?
I think the size of a region really matters, actually. And we've seen from different reports, scientific reports, about the productivity development in different regions. And if you have a big region, and we have a lot of well-skilled people, you have a higher level of productivity when it comes to development. I think this is what we can reach. And if you take the experiences that we made on the Swedish side, there is also, I would call, a redefinition of market perceptions. Before the fixed link, before the Swedish membership in the European Union, Sweden was the market. The center of that market was Stockholm. And we were some sort of periphery to that. Now we actually started the integration process with the Copenhagen area, and that led to this redefinition of market perceptions. And we saw a lot of companies investing there, setting up hubs to run their companies in a new defined. For instance, Daimler, the Mercedes car producer, closed its Swedish headquarter in Stockholm and did the same in Copenhagen, set up new headquarter for the new defined market in Malmö. So just one example of that. And I think this is what we like to see this redefined market perception where national borders doesn't mean that much. And where it's possible to commute, to live, for instance, in Malmö in future, maybe work in Lübeck and go by train. I think that will be the future.
Do you think it makes a difference that you have two major cities beside each other, and here we have like a longer rural area in between?
Well, I think it all depends on how the infrastructure will be. If it doesn't, you don't count in kilometers, you count it in minutes.
Mhm.
How far does it, a long time do I need to commute to my work? If it's 10 kilometers or 200, it's only about minutes that you need to spend as a commuter.
And Brian, how will Scandinavia benefit from better connections to Central Europe? We have talked a lot now about the area itself, but having the chance to go to Central Europe and even to the south, what does that mean for Denmark or Scandinavia?
I have no doubt that better connections, better infrastructure will benefit trade, not just in Denmark, but in Germany, Sweden, and that's much is certain. And right now, when we talk about Central Europe, you ask about that, that's actually very interesting for some of our exporting industries right now, because that's one of the few regions where we have an uneven trade relationship, and that's with the Central European countries right now. When we talk most countries, we have a surplus, but when we talk about Central Europe, we are negative. And actually, next to China, Poland has been the biggest export success for Denmark in the past 10 years, if you look at the percentage growth. And some of those we can see great potential. So better infrastructure and easier transportation to Central Europe will hopefully enable us in Denmark to make large export gains. But if we have a lot of to explore, and that's like the Central European countries, Slovakia, and so on. Of course, we also benefit a lot from the Central European countries are members of the European Union and are part of the EU's single market. And that single market makes life easier for Danish exporters to those countries. Customs and so better infrastructure will open a new playing field for us in Denmark.
Thanks. Mikael, a year ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, Dansk Industry published a strategy paper on green growth. Why now? And what are the indications for business and politics in Denmark?
Well, we did present our green growth initiative because it was said in a previous session this morning that it's about building better back. We have to reopen, we have to construct the world in a more open fashion, and we cannot do that without looking for the sustainability dimension. So what can enhance this region will certainly be the strengths of the business sectors in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Germany, our profound knowledge of technology, innovation in terms of sustainability. So this is going hopefully to be a green hub, not only for our region, but for the rest of the world. So it is a showcase, and that's why we presented this report. And I think that it goes without saying, we have an obligation as a business life sector to bring about solutions that will meet the climate challenges. That is the basic object of our initiative, and I think that covers all business organizations throughout this region, that we need to enhance our efforts in order to bring about a more profound, sustainable, open society based on green solution and green technology. That's why.
Thanks. And how do you really want to do it? Are there any examples where you say, do this and that, and I recommend you doing?
Well, if you take a number of business sectors, the wind power, the shipping industry, the aviation, all sectors across this region and of course in Denmark, we are all focused on bringing about technical solutions in order to be more effective, to reduce CO2 emissions. But our ambitions are much wider than just cut emissions. We want to create a society based on a real and profound green transition, not only in the business sector, but in the public-private cooperation, but also to the people, because what we are talking about here today is basically about people and their future, and we should serve a future based on green technology and green growth. That is our main task.
Thanks. Looking over the bridge right now to East or Ostholstein, how can you, as a region, and using this from Denmark and from the whole European Green Deal and everything, how can you as a region promote sustainable development here? Do you have any ideas for that or working on it already?
Yes, I think there's a lot of possibilities for cooperation between the companies in Ostholstein, in the Hansebelt region, in Denmark, in southern Sweden, because the structure of the companies isn't very different. We have same points what we are working on. I think coming closer together with a fixed link connection, but also beside this on digital way or something like that, I think there are big chances for green development, working together, and also together with the politicians. With some money, I think at Interreg programs or something like this. So I think it is a good chance for our region to work in this way.
Thanks.
In this region, we will have very soon state-of-the-art on a global scale material facilities. I'm talking about European Spallation Source, which is set up in Lund with the Science Center in Copenhagen. We have a lot of scientific projects and facilities in northern Germany. So we are, in this sense, we are extremely strong, and material and science about material will be crucial when it comes to sustainable future.
Thanks. Any questions from the audience?
Sorry?
No.
Okay.
I'll just ask Karina, who's sitting right behind you.
Okay.
Sorry, that is like we're
There's
so
an echo
far
here,
away because of the 1.5 meters between us. That looking at Karina, are there any questions coming from the audience? Then there is a chance to ask one right now.
There actually is a really good question, which I, as having Finnish roots, really like. And it is, Scandinavia is more than Denmark and Sweden. I miss Norway and Finland. What do these countries think about this trans-European project? Are there any answers to this?
Who feels like he
well,
is
I'm
able
sure
to
that
answer?
Norwegians as well as Finns, they are supporting this whole region. And of course, as Brian said, better infrastructure, better connections, that's the way ahead. So, and always remember that the project of the fixed link, Femern Link, is not just a Danish-German project. It is a pan-European project that will prosper not only the Scandinavian, Nordic countries, but the whole European continent too. So include the Finns and the Norwegians.
Yes. And you know, in Norway there is a huge interest for the corridor from Oslo, Gothenburg, and to Hamburg, of course. So as they are really on track, so to say. And I know, because I'm actually born and bred very close to the Finnish border, that they are extremely dependent on what's going on in the other Scandinavian or Nordic countries from their perspective. So of course, it's as Mikael said, it's a pan-European thing. It's not a Danish-German thing.
Yes.
I think the side from the German side is the same. When we think on this link, we also have Norway in mind. Maybe a little bit different with Finland. We are always also responsible for the Lübeck Harbor, and Finland is one of the biggest partners of the Lübeck Harbor. And we would like that this will be also in future in this way, that the ships from Finland, from southern Finland, but also from northern Finland, come to Lübeck when they bring paper and all these things to Central Europe and the other way back. But Norway is very important in this connection, yes, of course.
Thanks a lot. this was already it. Second speed dating round. Brian, sorry that we couldn't include you again. Thanks a lot. The four of you, I see so many Brians right now.
It's all over the place.
Brian.
So thanks a lot.
Thanks.
See you soon in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, or Norway. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, and we move on in a couple of seconds. We'll have a look at how we can foster a common region from the political side. But before, we see another version of our roving reporter who will have a chat with our graphic recorder, Angela Gerlach. Have fun.
Hello again, and this is the last time with me and with Angela Gerlach. Angela, I've been seeing you standing here all day long. You had to listen to everything and keep it in mind, and then you draw this.
Yes, I did.
What are you actually doing? I'd asked you this morning, but now we've got a little bit more time. What are you doing?
Yes, this is called graphic recording. I translate words into pictures because pictures are mostly longer in memory by all these people. And it's fun, it's nice. You can share it on social media. And you can share it with by email or take a picture.
So we've got one whole day on this one slide.
Yeah.
So what's happening with it? You just said you can share it, and that's what people do with it afterwards.
Yeah. Yes, and it's very sustained. You can look at this picture maybe 1 year later, and you will remember because the pictures are screwed in your mind, kind of.
And you've been doing this probably quite a long time now, and then you do this every couple of weeks or once a week, I don't know. But then COVID hit in. What did you do when there was no place to have something like this now, and it was all digital? What did you do at that time?
Yes. I recorded very much events online. It's okay, but it's not the same fun. But I have not these dirty fingers.
Okay.
I have not to go on the floor and make this, and I have not these broken knees and feet. But it was okay. But I like this much more.
Yeah. Back to the dirty stuff. If you want to see more of her work, have a look at angelagerlach.com and now have a look at this. After COVID, we want to meet more. We want to restart the economy. We want to start with the climate and all under the big headline sustainability. I think that's what we're going to do. And thanks a lot. Have a nice day. Back to you, Linnea, and thank you, Angela.
Yes, let's meet more in person again. Fingers crossed that we're able to do that next time. But we do have one last speed dating panel for today. And we want to have a look on how we can foster a common region from the political side. A common region means coordinated decisions. What is the role of politics in this? Do we need new regional decision-making? New cross-border coordination within the larger national and European context? I'm very happy to speak to 3 smart women during the next 20 minutes, especially after 2 all male panels. So I'm welcoming Almut Möller, State Secretary and Plenipotentiary of the Free and Hanseatic City of Hamburg, to the Federation to the European Union and for Foreign Affairs, as well as Christina Jöning, member of the Regional Executive Board at Region Västergötland and one of the region's representatives in the String Political Forum, and Susanne Hüldelund, ambassador to Germany at the Royal Danish Embassy in Berlin. Welcome, and great that you're here with us this afternoon. Almut Möller, I'd like to start with you. According to the OECD, Northern Europe is uniquely positioned to become a green mega region. What's your vision of a mega region in the first place? And do you have an impressive record, or you do have an impressive record, sorry, it's a long day already for us, in European affairs. How could political cross-border coordination within the larger nation and European context look like for this mega region?
Well, thanks very much, Linnea, and it's really great to be able to gather in this today and have the chance to meet and work on something that for Hamburg is extremely important. We see a great deal of potential, and a lot was already discussed in the previous panels about where we might want to be going. I think the experience that we've had as Europeans collaborating, we're at our best when there is very concrete and tangible projects that we can work on. And as Pat Cox pointed out in his contribution a little while ago, and I discussed with him when he visited Hamburg when it was still possible before the pandemic, we now really have, with that decision of the Fehmarnbelt and the wider Scanmed corridor, one of these opportunities where we can really do hands-on collaboration embedded into a wider EU-European, but also wider European context. And I think what will be really important is that we all prepare, and we are trying to contribute to that as Hamburg at this stage. We're all preparing already in the run-up to the Fehmarnbelt fixed link existing, that things are in place when it is there. And it is 9 years, but that's actually, or 8 years, that's not a very long time. So what we're trying to do in Hamburg is we are creating an interministerial task force that will bring together those that can discuss and prepare the institutions involved to really untap the potential that is in this new connectivity. And then at the same time, we are trying to do our part in addressing some of the issues that already were discussed in the previous panels. That is the bottleneck question. The hinterland connection, where Hamburg and Schleswig-Holstein are really closely collaborating and making sure that Hamburg's contribution, the S4, making sure that connectivity is happening also beyond the more narrow link that we create. And this, I think, is a very important vision to share. This is not only about connecting metropole regions. This is not only about the more narrow sense of the Fehmarnbelt. This is a bigger project for Northern Europe. And I have been working with colleagues in the String context, and Christina is also here. I think there is an excitement also in discussing the OECD recommendations, which we are doing really very intensely right now, to make it happen, to untap the potential that is there. And it's in this kind of doing in concrete steps that I think Europeans are collaborating, and we as neighbors are also learning in a new way to collaborate with one another.
Thanks. Christina, Almut already said it, you're working together. Can you give me a bit more insight on how you're working together?
Thank you. Very nice to be here and participate in this very important seminar about our common MEGA region. Well, within the cooperation in String, we have a lot of cooperations and activities. It's very important to boost our green economy within the MEGA region. We have a lot of common between Norway and Sweden and Denmark and Germany. For example, Norway and Germany is the main trade partners for Sweden. that is very important. So there is a lot of reasons to come together and develop this MEGA region. Of course, we have our common climate change issues that we deal with every day. And if we want the climate issue to go further on, and if we really want to do the climate change necessary thing, we have to do a lot of changes within our industries. We have a need of cooperation between universities in our regions. And there is a need, for example, for Sweden to get closer to the labor in, for example, Germany and Denmark and Norway. So if we want to boost this green economy in the MEGA region, we have to have possibilities for people to travel faster across larger areas, and therefore we need the labor mobility and attract the labor to move like this. So there is a lot of arguing and a lot of argument for why we need this corridor from Oslo to Hamburg, and we do a lot of common and activities within the string cooperation.
Thanks. Susanne, as an ambassador to Germany, just think of 10 years from now. Will you, as the Danish ambassador, get company from regional ambassadors who represent one's region's interest in the neighboring one? For example, the Fehmarn Belt?
Thanks. I would hope I would see more people here in Berlin. It's been difficult to start a job as an ambassador during these Corona times. But I was happy this weekend. I went to Flensburg, participated in the annual meeting in a Corona-light version of the Danish minority in northern Germany. And I also visited representatives of the German minority in southern Denmark. And I think these two minorities, the way they cooperate and the way they share a shared cultural existence on the border, those are the real ambassadors of border integration and knowledge sharing, not only culturally, language-wise, but also economically, politically, and in a very forward-looking way in taking account of culture and education. So I would, of course, predict and would like to see, and I expect with the Fehmarn Belt link, that on the different Landkreise in the Fehmarn area and in Schleswig-Holstein, that they will cooperate more with southern Zealand. And I think the way we are doing it now by digital means will facilitate that. And of course, the connection in itself will foster that and give more opportunities to cooperate on what already mentioned. Labor mobility, economic development, cultural development, but also on science and scientific projects, perhaps, and the transport elements. So I'm quite optimistic that maybe not formal ambassadors in a sense, but much more representatives of the different countries and regions that will engage in a closer dialogue on how to foster the cooperation.
Coming back to the question of how to include maybe citizens in this region. I mean, right now I do vote in Berlin or Schleswig-Holstein, and I have my regional parliaments. But when we think about this MEGA region and we want to bring people together, is there any way to include the citizens more into political decisions?
Well, I think this is the one and only thing that we need to care about. We need to work on, making sure that in the big transition that we're in towards green energy, towards a sustainable future, we just have to make sure this is what actually citizens are asking us, that we take them along, and it's automatically happening, I feel, in a lot of convincing activities that citizens also have on all sides of what are no real borders anymore, and to take that seriously and to integrate that. So in our role to provide a good future, we have to consider that there is inter-regional potential now. And what makes me confident that this can actually work and we can learn to live also in political terms, with this space, is that we have examples of it. We can learn from other regions where it already worked. And we as regions, as cities, we learn also to advocate our interests with each other towards other levels of government that are very important in this, and that you, Linnea, already addressed. For instance, Hamburg is a city and metropole region, but it's also a federal state. It's part of the German Federation. So for us, the role of the federal government in a lot of these projects is key. So I am personally also trying to discuss this and promote the idea of us working with our friends and neighbors at German federal level. At the same time, we're part of the European Union, most of us in the String network. And so there is an important element that was described by the presence of Pat Cox, and we are learning to navigate these various levels. And citizens in our places where we are, they feel that. They are looking for us to improve living conditions. And, maybe not everybody knows exactly where, the good decisions come from. And that's a very good interplay of different regions. But, it's something that is coming about and where we as cities and regions in Europe are also learning to collaborate. We're not on our own. Others have done it. And so I feel this is a natural process. And of course, nothing of this can happen against, what our citizens want. So we need to build that support continuously in explaining what we're doing and engaging, creating formats like this, but also, advocate that working together as Europeans pays off locally. And this is something that can be a very compelling argument.
You talked about good examples. Do you have one for us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, at the German context, how the regions, the former bordering regions between Germany and France learned to work with one another, Germany and Poland, Germany and the Czech Republic, this is more a bilateral dimension, but there are also regional dimensions to this in very practical terms. I mean, we learn every day in these regions about commuting, about facilitating the everyday life of people who are not bound necessarily to where they are to a particular nation state. They seize the right and the opportunities they have in the single market, and there is a lot of learning, including in a pandemic situation where suddenly, as was discussed in the previous panel, connectivity was no longer possible in that way. Hamburg doesn't have a border with another region of Europe in that way. Our neighbors are, German neighbors, but we feel when connectivity in Europe doesn't work in EU Europe. We are so dependent on, the openness and, the permeability of this space that, we strongly advocate for this.
Christina, what is the distribution of roles between urban and rural areas in this? How can different structures and functions be united under one common goal and responsibilities? We heard Almut talking about, the already mega city somehow, Hamburg, and you're coming from a regional area.
Yes, of course, there is a more widespread area in this corridor between Oslo and Hamburg, of course, but this is also our strength to be both big cities and also a rural area. For example, if you take Oslo, that is one of the most expanding cities in Europe, and there is a lot of rural area in the west part of Sweden. But we are really dependent on the Oslo region to get jobs, to get things grow. And during the pandemic situation, it was awful for many people living in Sweden near the Norwegian border, because we are so dependent to the Oslo expanding region. And as we heard before, you can have the same discussion and the similarities between Germany and Denmark, or between Germany and Poland. We are extremely dependent on each other, and the the rural area has to cooperate with the city area, especially if we want to solve the climate issues. We need the rural area for food, for developing the new energy system, and to create a more environmentally friendly transport system and so on. So I think that both having those big cities as Hamburg and Copenhagen and Göteborg and Oslo is a strength, but we also have a rural area which we are very dependent on.
And how does it really work, your cooperation in a way with Oslo? Do you have any tips for the Fehmarn Belt region, where we are right now, to do the cross-border cooperation with rural areas in cities? How does it work out?
Well, we have a very open-minded culture, which is probably very similar that we can see between Denmark and the very south of Sweden. And if we bring the very south of Sweden and Denmark closer to Norway and the western part of Sweden, I think we create a very strong MEGA region. And I think that, as we heard before, also it's very important to make this MEGA region necessary for everybody, and try to convince people that this MEGA region is a matter of everyday's life, possibilities to travel, possibilities to change job or find a new town to do studies, and if you want to develop your family situation, it's easy to move, and it's easy to travel, it's easy to study. I think our common future is in this MEGA region, and we have to develop and exchange good example how we can cooperate between any borders in Denmark or Norway or Denmark or Germany. I think we have a lot of similarities, but we also have a lot of things to learn each other about.
Mm-hmm. So, Susanne, how do you see the relationship between Germany and, in particular, northern Germany and Scandinavia evolve during the upcoming decade? Maybe even looking at other areas that have done that before.
Yeah, but I think it's important to start out saying that for a very long time we have had, and we continue to have, a very strong relationship between the Scandinavian countries and Germany, and it's a relationship we can be proud of. There's a coordination in a lot of different fields, and I think the fact that I just before mentioned the two different the minorities on the Danish-German borders, that is a living example of that good cooperation. And we do cooperate in a number of fields. It's of course in the EU. It's important to mention. It's also in a more global scales. We share a lot of values on multilateralism. We stand together on green transition. And we both sides, so to speak, the Scandinavian side and the German side, work for open markets and for an open trade agenda, and we care about our national minorities and about human rights. So there's a lot of fields where we have a strong relationship. And it's true also that the fact that speaking for Denmark particularly, when Great Britain left the European Union, that also changed the landscape inside Europe, of course. So EU27, we also see politically a need and a willingness and a wish to cooperate even stronger with Germany as of course a really big engine of progress in the European Union. And I think what we will have with the Fehmarn Belt link is, of course, that we will break down even more so of these physical barriers, and we already have the border on the Jutland side. We have the Øresunds bridge connecting Malmö with Copenhagen. There could be other opportunities. So I think that the relationship will evolve. I particularly see with the way we have set up our EU recovery funds with a focus on digitalization and green transitioning, I particularly see those fields as important for further strengthening the sort of very close and the very sort of more intimate cooperation, not talking only of what's going to be happening in the EU level.
So is there anything planned you can tell us about besides the whole transportation part to come closer to each other? Any projects or so?
I think personally I'm quite excited about, I don't know if you had it a little bit earlier today while I was out, but we have the energy island of Bornholm. So Denmark has decided to build an energy island, one in the North Sea and one in the Baltic Sea around Bornholm. And I mean, the thing is, it's going to be so big, it's going to, by wind turbines, generate so much energy that if you all ship that all to Denmark, basically, it will light up as a fuse. So we need to spread and share that energy. And we see Germany as an important partner, the whole internal energy market of the Nordics and Germany, to really foster that and improve that, so that we can also share the whole infrastructure of creating green energy through transmission nets going to Germany, and hopefully then converting that into the very ambitious and very interesting German hydrogen strategy that has a very good fit with what we can all do in the Nordics, and how we see green transitioning moving pretty fast ahead and creating the fuels to go into our cars, to our lorries, to all our transportation means. So I think those are probably, in my mind, the energy island is probably, in my mind, one of the projects we would really like to see kick off in not too distant a future.
The two others were nodding quite heavily when you said that. Do you want to add anything?
Yes, I can totally agree on that the hydrogen project is a very important thing to do together. I've noticed that the Germans are very interested in the hydrogen and as well as the Norwegians. So actually, we are going to discuss this hydrogen project tomorrow in the political steering group in String. So this is very important and very concrete we can do together.
Yes.
And let me just add from the Hamburgian perspective to underline what both Christina and Susanne said. I mean, just last week in Hamburg, we had a world premiere of copper being produced at industrial scale through hydrogen. And so there is, I'm sure, also in other parts of our region, there is so much innovation happening. And the broad frame is really the energy transition, the green transition, and then we have concrete projects. And Christina mentioned we're about to really make progress on the hydrogen corridor between Hamburg and Oslo, and there is a lot of opportunity that is out there, but I think there's also a lot of practical learning that we need to do, and we're trying to doing that by collaborating in the String context and really making sure there's ownership as we go along. And so it's exciting, but it's also a lot of work.
Thanks. And is there anything, I'm coming back to that point again, to bring in the citizens? I mean, that is something, okay, they probably use in the end somehow, but how do they get the feeling that this is really, a connection and a region and something that helps them as well? Whoever wants to answer that question.
I think, it's just the way it goes is, I guess, that, Hamburgians by and large have an interest in, benefiting from the green transition that is happening. And, people are asking us, so how are you going to achieve this? Because it's a lot of work. And so for Hamburg, there is some things that we can do as Hamburg, but there is a lot of things that have to be done at regional level, at national level. And so, in answering to the people of Hamburg, we can say, well, this is part of our strategy. Collaboration with others is one of the important pillars in order to achieve and deliver on what citizens are expecting, and that is making life and making economic life sustainable and making our cities and regions livable for the future as well. So this is the way I look at it. It's it's one of the problem solvers lies in the regional dimension.
We only have 30 seconds left. Is there anything?
Yes, I also want to underline that there are huge investments that has to be done. If you want to invest in railway, it's a huge project, and you have to argue together in all of the national parliaments and in together with the EU Commission, for example. So it's important to bring regions in different countries together if we deal with a huge amount of investment that has to be done. That is also one reason.
Thanks. And thanks for the three of you. It was a pleasure talking to you. Susanne, would you like to add one more sentence, or are you good?
No, I'm good. I know you have a tight schedule. So, but thanks for having us in your program as well. We look forward to also continue contributing. We of course have a very keen interest in what's happening in the area. And I think one thing I did. For many years, I've worked for attracting investments into Denmark. And I think one of the things we can do together is also promoting the region together. Because when you stand out there in China or in Latin America, Europe in itself, the Nordics, even Denmark becomes very, very small. So I think what we can do and probably could do even more of is shared effort to promote this mega region with all the talent and the scientific institutions, the new corridors of transportation and the potential. I think that's an area I would look into for more shared activities.
What a great vision to end this panel. So thanks a lot to Berlin, Hamburg, and Sweden. Hope to see you soon somehow, and we'll finish the whole Fehmarn Belt Days up with you. So thanks a lot. Have a great afternoon and a great week. So I already said it. We're almost done. Yeah, we're coming closer to the end of our conference. But what is an event like this without famous last words? I like to ask Klaus Christian Clausen, Minister of Justice, European Affairs and Consumer Protection of Schleswig-Holstein, on stage to do so. Welcome, Minister Clausen. So, quite a while we were standing here. You know, we started this conference before 9 o'clock in the morning, and I mean, I was here a bit earlier. You probably too. So, let us know what were your insights. What was happening? Thanks.
Thank you, Linnea, and let me try to do a short summary of today. I'm pleased that we have found a way with this conference where we no longer ponder the pros and the cons of a fixed link between Denmark and Germany. We have now reached a point where we have actually discussed the future prospects of the entire regions. We have received many impulses for sustainable development of the Fehmarn Belt region and beyond. We have interesting sessions on sustainable mobility and climate-friendly hydrogen transport. We have good chances to become a green Silicon Valley between Hamburg and Oslo. We are ready for increased cross-border actions in many fields, especially with regards to the labor market. In the tourism and culture sectors, we still have a long way to go to get back on our feet after the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we will master this together across borders. Our parallel sessions demonstrated clearly culture and tourism are decisive to make our region worth living in for the citizens. We managed to include new participants at our Fehmarn Belt Days. We have seen more women power than ever. We have had strong contributions from the younger generation The digital tools helped us to reach new horizons, to open the Fehmarn Belt days for the people. We are on the right track. We must carry the people along. Last but not least, the Fehmarn Belt Days 2021 proved we are stronger together. It's fair to conclude that the conference was a great success. So, dear Reinhard Sager, I want to start by deeply thanking the County of Ostholstein for its great efforts to host this event. So many people have contributed in so many ways to turn this event into a smoothly running meeting with many very interesting discussions and presentations. Thank you to the organizers and the great cooperation. And although it was a digital conference, we still had the possibility to interaction and networking. Thank you, SG Mediatechnik from Lübeck and the Bergmann Group from Hamburg. Thank you also to Weißenhäuser Strand, who have accompanied us through these turbulent times with great competence and incredible patience. Thank you very much to all of you. And now I will start to take down our decoration. So it's not the end of the Fehmarn Belt Days, but it's the end of our meeting today. And I put it aside. And now, Reinhard Sager, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay.
Just start talking whatever you want to say, if you have something to say. We're more than looking forward to it. There is this number one. I think you have to take it away.
Yes.
A couple of minutes.
Yes, in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, Lina, for introduction. Thank you, Mr. Clausen. It has been, so I think, an eventful and beautiful day. Dear guests, dear participants, I am pleased about your extremely numerous participation, and I would like to invite you to deepen the results among yourselves and to continue the discussions. After the Fehmarn Belt Days is always before the Fehmarn Belt Days. I look back on today with a teary eye because it went by so quickly. Minister Clausen, it was great that we could host this event together, that we all together made this day so stimulating and that we so successfully face it, the challenges of the new digital format. With a smile eye, we can now look forward to the next Fehmarn Belt Days in 2023. The next Fehmarn Belt Days will be hosted by the region of Zealand in Denmark. We can all look forward to that. Dear Heino Knudsen, please enter the stage. Heino, the one is gone, far away, and the three is coming. I would hand out the three for you, so you can in a few minutes complete the hashtag Fehmarn Belt Days 2023 if you want. I'm sure you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Thank you, Mr. Sager. Thank you for hosting us this year in the Fehmarn Belt Days. You did a great job, and it was fantastic to be here in beautiful Ostholstein. I'm full of hope for our common future. After the Fehmarn Belt Days is always before the next Fehmarn Belt Days, and now it's time to look forward. We are very proud in Region Zealand to host the next Fehmarn Belt Days in 2023. I promise you that we will do our utmost to host a Fehmarn Belt Days that will be as great as this one. hopefully with one exception. We will all meet in Rødbyhavn. And now I will take this number 3. It's the right way? I can't find it.
I'll help. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Auf Wiedersehen.
Thank you.
Now, please allow me a personal note. A conference stands and falls with the moderation, and we couldn't have asked for a better moderation team. Many thanks for your charming guidance through the discussions and your high level of competence. I hope you enjoyed the Fehmarn Belt Days 2021 as much as we did. We will definitely keep you in good memory, and now you have to come closer.
But we tried to have the 1.5 hour
of
meter. We had that before. It's not about meters or kilometers. It's more about minutes. So,
Linnea, thanks a lot.
Thank you. What a pleasure.
It was a pleasure to us.
Having you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to
Thank you very much.
It was grateful.
So, thank you for having us here. And there's like almost one last thing we have to do. We have to do a picture all together. And here we have the whole hashtag here. So
it's a very brand new hashtag.
It is a very brand new hashtag. And we need to use this hashtag as a picture spot. So please just come and join us here. Yes. You might, you stay, Mr. Sager maybe stays there, and Mr. Knudsen comes over, and I'll join you here.
The minus in the center.
Now I think we need the picture, and with the whole hashtag, and so we stand beside the hashtag. Or behind whatever you need. So I think this might be a position where we're all able
to waiting on commands. How to behave.
So,
are there any comments?
Okay. So, thanks a lot. This was like a bit weird ending, but I think in the end it makes great pictures for all of us. Okay. And with these flowers, smelling great, by the way, there's only one thing I can say as the very last words. Enjoy your afternoon and enjoy the band Jeden Tag Silvester. We'll hear 30 more minutes and just relax and think of the day, or don't think anything, just listen. What a pleasure to be here. Bye-bye.
Online und im wahren Leben. Du bist so dermaßen weit weg, dass ich dich manchmal fast vergesse. Ich wüsste gern, was du grad tust. Zu schreiben hab ich keine Lust, denn ich weiß, es geht dir gut. Und ich würde zu gern jetzt auf deine Augen gucken, um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen deine Augen gucken, besser zu verstehen, wie deine Augen sind. Um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sind. Du führst deins und ich mein Leben, deshalb sind da auch zwei Wege. Hab das lange nicht gecheckt und mit einmal warst du weg. Hab es erst nicht ernst genommen, nun sind Jahre schon vergangen und immer wieder das Verlangen. Und ich würde so gern jetzt durch deine Augen gucken, um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sehen. So gern jetzt durch deine Augen gucken, um besser zu verstehen, wie deine Augen sind. Um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sind. Um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sind. An alle da zu Hause vor dem Bildschirm und die uns irgendwie auf irgendeinem Weg zuschauen können. Falls ihr uns noch nicht gesehen habt im Verlauf des Tages, wir sind die Band Jeden Tag Silvester und wir freuen uns sehr, hier heute zu spielen, denn wir lieben es, Musik zu machen und das natürlich für möglichst viele Menschen. In diesen Zeiten geht es nicht anders, wir müssen es etwas anders machen, sehr digital, aber wir hoffen, euch gefällt, mal wieder Musik zu hören, live zu hören und ein Teil dieses Abends zu sein. Vielen, vielen Dank. Das Lied heißt Durch deine Augen. Es erzählt von einer guten Beziehung zu einem guten Freund, der weggezogen ist. Und vielleicht singt ihr zu Hause, ich stelle mir das gerade so vor, wie ihr da mit eurem Headset vorm Rechner sitzt und vielleicht ein bisschen mitsingt. Habt ihr vielleicht lange nicht gemacht. Lasst uns ein bisschen zusammen singen. Und wenn ihr so laut singt, wie ihr könnt, dann können wir das hier auch am Weißenhäuser Strand hören vielleicht. Du da, ich hier. Zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Du da, ich hier. Zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Wir wiederholen das einfach nochmal zusammen. Du da, ich hier. Zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Du da, ich hier, zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Vielen Dank. Und ich würde so gern jetzt durch deine Augen gucken, um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sehen. So gern jetzt durch deine Augen gucken, um besser zu verstehen, wie deine Augen sehen. Um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sehen. Um einmal das zu sehen, was deine Augen sehen. Eure Chance nochmal mitzusingen. Du da, ich hier. Zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Nochmal zusammen. Du da, ich hier. Zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Macht mal euren Rechner lauter zu Hause. Du da, ich hier. Habt ihr nochmal Bock mit einzusteigen? Zwischen uns zwei Welten und das Meer. Mit der Band zusammen. Du da, ich hier. Vielen Dank fürs Mitsingen. Ich bin mir ganz sicher, ihr habt laut mitgesungen zu Hause. Und schön sogar ein paar echte Menschen vor der Bühne zu haben. Ganz komisch für uns als Band gerade. Das kennen wir gar nicht mehr, dass überhaupt jemand vor der Bühne ist. Aber es gibt hier ein paar wenige, die gerade applaudieren. Das ist für uns als Band übrigens sehr, sehr schön. Mal wieder Applaus nach einem Lied zu hören. Vielen Dank. Das nächste Lied heißt Bis irgendwann zerbricht. Kommt einmal ganz ums Haus rennen, immer am Dach überm Kopf. Mama ist für uns da und Papa hat einen Job. Urlaub jeden Sommer, mit Passat bis an den Strand. Das größte Problem war nur ein kleiner Sonnenbrand. Doch dann kam der erste Sommer ohne Urlaub. Und die ersten Zweifel nun leise an. Wenn ihr Bock habt zu tanzen, bald kommt das alles ganz normal, bis irgendwas zerbricht. Irgendwas zerbricht. Heute bauen wir auf Träume, die es morgen nicht mehr gibt. Irgendwas zerbricht. Doch manches weiß man erst zu schätzen auf dem Weg zurück. Vieles wirkt erst auf dem Foto wie das große Glück. Man glaubt, dass alles ganz normal ist, bis irgendwas zerbricht. Bis irgendwas zerbricht. Es waren nur Kleinigkeiten, Shampoo aufgefüllt mit Wasser, Puls teilen mit Geschwistern, nicht mehr der Coolste in der Klasse. Es war nicht wirklich schlechter, es war einfach anders. Wir haben gelernt, worauf es ankam. Es gibt so vieles, was man nicht wirklich planen kann. Und die ersten Zweifel sind man nicht mehr los. Okay. Man glaubt, dass alles ganz normal ist, bis irgendwas zerbricht. Irgendwas zerbricht. Heute bauen wir auf Träume, die es morgen nicht mehr gibt. Irgendwas zerbricht. Doch manches weiß man erst zu schätzen auf dem Weg zurück. Vieles wirkt erst auf dem Foto wie das große Glück. Man glaubt, dass alles ganz normal ist, bis irgendwas zerbricht. Irgendwas zerbricht. War nicht wirklich schlechter, es war einfach anders. Wir haben gelernt, worauf es wirklich ankam. Okay. Irgendwas zerbricht. Irgendwas zerbricht. Manches weiß man erst zu schätzen auf dem Weg zurück. Vieles wirkt erst auf dem Foto wie das große Glück. Man glaubt, dass alles ganz normal ist, bis irgendwas zerbricht. Bis irgendwas zerbricht. Bis irgendwas zerbricht. Vielen Dank. Das nächste Lied erzählt davon, sich immer wieder neu zu erfinden. Copperfield, der Held unserer Jugend. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob die Jugend heute überhaupt noch Copperfield kennt. Kennt hier jemand noch Copperfield? David Copperfield? Ach, der konnte immer so tolle Sachen. Den Hasen aus dem Zylinder zaubern und so. Muss man ab und zu mit sich selber auch mal tun. Viel Spaß. Gern mitklatschen. Meine Damen und Herren, die Show wird groß. Ich reiß mich gleich von alten Fesseln los. Ich löse alles auf, auch einen doppelten Knoten. Ich brauch kein Netz, keinen doppelten Boden. Was nützen die besten Tricks, wenn man sich selbst betrügt? Ich mache einen schlechten Witz, der nur mich selbst vergnügt. Ich atme ein, du schreist es raus. Fang an zu zählen, Vorhang auf. 1, 2, 3, ich bin frei, Copperfield. Ich hab das Bye-Bye-Bassjump vom Dach gefühlt. Und ich fiel Hi, so wie Peter Pan, keiner kann mich fangen. Und am Ende jeder Nacht hab ich mich neu ausgedacht und jedes Feuer neu entfacht. 1, 2, 3, ich bin Copperfield. Und du fragst mich, wie ich das mach, keine Ahnung, hab nicht nachgedacht, vielleicht ist das der Trick. Und nichts geheim, hinfallen, aufstehen, es kann so simpel sein. Ich bin frei, Copperfield. Ich hab das Bye-Bye-Bass schon vom Dach gefühlt. Und ich flieg high, 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 so wie Peter Pan, keiner kann mich fangen. Und am Ende jeder Nacht hab ich mich neu ausgedacht und jedes Feuer neu entfacht. 1, 2, 3, ich bin Copperfield. Okay. Auch dann zu Hause ein bisschen mitklatschen, ordentlich laut machen den Rechner. Eins, zwei, drei, ich bin frei, Copperfield. Ich hab das Bye-Bye-Bass schon vom Dach gefühlt. Und ich flieg high, 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 so wie Peter Pan, keiner kann mich fangen. Und am Ende jeder Nacht hab ich mich neu ausgedacht und jedes Feuer neu entfacht. 1, 2, 3, ich bin Copperfield. Eins, zwei, drei, ich bin Copperfield. Mit dem nächsten Lied verbinden wir, warte mal kurz, Tom, ich will was erzählen. Das nächste Lied ist für uns nämlich genau das, weswegen wir angetreten sind, Musik zu machen. Dass wir jedes Mal, wenn wir von der Bühne kommen, irgendwie ein extrem gutes Gefühl haben und zu denken, dafür gehen wir gerne raus und wir haben ja irgendwie die Ehre, uns so ein bisschen höher hinzustellen, damit man uns gut sieht. Und manchmal sind auch Lampen an und Kameras halten drauf und es hört uns jemand zu. Und das erfüllt uns immer mit großem Glück und deswegen gibt es das nächste Lied, das heißt Dein Glück und ich glaube, jeder irgendwie hat auch seinen Schatz unterm Stuhl liegen und für uns ist es die Musik. Vielen Dank fürs Zuhören. Dein Glück. Okay. Du hast gedacht, es sei weit weg und es käme nie zu dir. Stand's vor dir, hast du es erschreckt. Weg warst wie ein scheues Tier. Warst du nah dran, stand auf einem Schild. Bitte nicht berühren. Du dachtest, deins ist gut versteckt. Und jetzt steht's direkt vor dir. Und es ist größer, es ist lauter, es ist stärker, es ist für dich da, es ist leichter, es ist kostbar, unsichtbar, nur für dich da, es ist größer, es ist lauter, es ist stärker als alles, was du jemals gesehen hast. Schwerelos. Alle fragen, was ist los? Du fühlst dich reich und riesengroß und frei wie ein Idiot. Denn du denkst nichts, du fragst nichts, du freust dich und bist kindisch. Es ist dein Glück und es ist größer, es ist lauter, es ist Vielen Dank. Das nächste und letzte Lied heißt Geistiger Stadt. Viel Spaß beim Durchdrehen. Da ist so viel Angst, so viel, das uns erschreckt und uns nicht schlafen lässt. All diese Furcht, die erst das Monster weckt, das tief in uns vergraben ist, wo so viele Schatten sind, ist ganz bestimmt auch irgendwo Licht, so strahlend hell, wir sehen es nun nicht. Komm, wir verjagen alle Geister, wir befreien die ganze Stadt. Echos von Böllern und Raketen hallen durch die dunkle Nacht. Und es blitzt und donnert weiter, bis ein neuer Tag erwacht. Und die Dämonen werden leiser, haben's nicht leicht bei unserem Krach. In dieser Geisterjägerstadt. In dieser Geisterjägerstadt. Aus Stille wird Panik, aus Liebe wird Hass. Ich kann's nicht kapieren, keins der Gespenster sich selbst erschafft. Das machen alleine wir. Wo so viele Schatten sind, ist ganz bestimmt auch irgendwo Licht. Wir können spüren, wir sehen es nun nicht. Komm, wir verjagen alle Geister, wir befreien die ganze Stadt. Echos von Böllern und Raketen hallen durch die dunkle Nacht. Und es blitzt und donnert weiter, bis ein neuer Tag erwacht. Die Dämonen werden leiser, haben's nicht leicht bei unserem Krach. In dieser Geisterjägerstadt. Lebt wohl, ihr Monster und Dämonen und all die Geister, die in uns wohnen. Ein Kuss wird euch alle wegfegen, die beste Waffe dagegen heißt Spreng. In dieser Geisterjägerstadt, das blitzt und donnert weiter, bis ein neuer Tag erwacht. Die Dämonen werden leiser, haben's nicht leicht bei unserem Krach. In dieser Geisterjägerstadt. Vielen, vielen Dank, Fehmarn Belt Days. Tschüss.
Hier oben im echten Norden, wo Mutt wird Mutt und sich ans Tor recht löppt, der Heimathafen vor der Tür liegt und uns die Welt offen steht, wo Seebären Piraten sind und Jungs und Derns natürlich auch, wo leichte Brise, frischer Wind und Rückenwind Deluxe nicht bloß leere Versprechen sind. Hier oben im echten Norden leben die wahren Moinsager. Moin Giro, die neuen Mehrwertkonten der Sparkasse Holstein. Für alle Moinsager mit Mehrblick.